Good evening, and welcome to Monday, March 16th, 2026, meeting of the City of Worcester Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Jordan Burke-Powers, and I will chair tonight's meeting. This meeting of the Worcester Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted in a hybrid manner with both in-person and remote participation. As a preliminary matter for tonight's meeting, I will confirm the board members and staff who are present. Board members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Board members and staff. Board Member Bramoff.
Here.
Board Member Cortez.
Here.
Board Member Torcono.
Here.
Board Member Bartenhagen.
Here.
Board Member Sacco.
Here.
And for staff, Michelle Smith.
Present.
And Amy Beth Lath.
Present.
And I think is that everybody? No. We'll see. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed before we start, a few housekeeping notes. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed from the City of Worcester website, and the recording will be available for rebroadcast. This is a public meeting, which means both that it is being recorded and that the minutes will be taken and published at a later date. The public may participate remotely by calling 1-669-254-5252. Again, that number is 1-669-254-5252. Access code 160-456-4634. Again, that's access code 160-456-4634, or using the link shown on the screen. Once an item is called, there will be a brief presentation of the item, followed by any additional comments and clarifications from the members of the city staff. Then an opportunity for anyone from the public to speak on that item before we proceed to board discussion and action. To manage remote participation, our hybrid meetings and prevent disruptions, all participants are automatically blocked from unmuting themselves, turning on their video, or sending chat messages. For remote participants who would like to comment on an item on our agenda, we ask that you use the raise your hand feature in Zoom during the discussion on that item. If you are joined by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Staff will then call on members of the public one at a time and give them permission to unmute themselves. If you are joined by phone, you will then be able to unmute yourself by pressing *6. Again, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. Please note that board members appreciate brevity in your comments. To help with this process, we ask all speakers participating in person to use a microphone, to please clearly identify yourselves each time you speak, and the first time you speak, please state your city of town of residence for the record. To help maintain an orderly meeting, please address all comments and questions through the chair rather than directly to any of the speakers or applicants. So please direct your comments to me. Applicants should be aware that approvals are generally conditional. Decisions are typically signed by the board at the next meeting and filed with the city clerk the following day, beginning the appeal period. It is the applicant's responsibility to address any conditions of approval, and lack of doing so may result in delays or enforcement. Please contact the Planning Division with any questions. Any party aggrieved by a decision of the board has the right of appeal under Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 17. There are a number of items on our agenda being continued or postponed tonight, which I will read through shortly. If you are here on one of those items, please note that no additional notice will be sent to you before the next meeting. The best thing to do is to call the Planning Division the day prior to our next meeting to confirm if the item will be heard or postponed that night, as it is not uncommon for items to be postponed multiple times before they are heard by this board. I will suggest, for the purposes of streamlining our meeting, that Board Member Bartenhagen offer to make any motions, or Board Member Abramoff, depending on where we are, and then offer to make any motions, and Board Member Cortez second any such motions. In the event that either members prefer not to do so, I simply ask that you identify another member to do it. All right. That being said, we have two postponements. 417 Cambridge Street, request to postpone the public hearing to April 6th, 2026, and extend the constructive deadline to April 28th, 2026. And item number 10, 421 Cambridge Street, similarly request to postpone the public hearing to April 6, 2026, and to extend the constructive grant deadline to April 28, 2026. Is there a motion on items 9 and 10?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone item 9, 417 Cambridge Street, and item 10, 421 Cambridge Street to the dates as indicated by the chair.
Is there a second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez,
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
yes,
Board Member Barnhagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. All right. Is there a motion on, to withdraw without prejudice 269 Brook Street?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the withdrawal of 269 Brook Street, item number 8.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff,
Yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
yes,
Board Member Barnhagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. All right. If you're here for item number 9 or 10, 8, 9, or 10, to be specific, we will not be hearing them tonight. 9 and 10, we will hear at a later date. All right. That being said, first up is old business, 56 Pleasant Street and 0 Aldrich Place. And I just need 1 second to find a tissue.
Good evening, members of the board. Donald O'Neill. I'm a lawyer here in Worcester, here this evening on behalf of 56 Pleasant Street LLC in connection with 56 Pleasant Street. But we had appeared before you probably 6 weeks ago in connection with the request that we had filed for relief from the 5-foot front yard setback requirement that applies in a commercial corridors overlay district for buildings with apartment uses, which is what we're proposing. We are proposing, as discussed at the last meeting, commercial space and lobby space, bicycle storage, that type of thing on the actual lower level, but the requirement under the ordinance in the commercial corridors overlay district is that if a sidewalk is 8 feet or more, there is no front yard setback. And in this situation, the sidewalk is between 6 and 7 feet in most locations. So it's just shy of what would be required for an automatic situation if it were 8 feet. So the relief that we've requested is to allow for the building to be closer to not the full 5 feet to the street, but it's actually just slightly less than 2 feet, 1.95 at the closest point. So the relief that we are requesting is 3.05 feet, which would, in effect, create the functional equivalent of an 8-foot sidewalk. And part of that would entail construction of that additional space would be constructed as a sidewalk with an easement being turned over to the city, to function as a sidewalk. We did have, at the last meeting, a request by the board, which we followed up on, to conduct a neighborhood meeting. We did have a meeting shortly after that. I actually had, I'd say, 45 to 50 people present, and that included the Elm Park Neighborhood Association and also members from Crown Hill. There were, I think, 2 city councilors there. There were members of the Historical Commission. And I think overall that the meeting went pretty well. Part of the discussion, that we had with them included the fact that the request that we're filing, the building won't be any larger than this. And all of this is contingent upon securing financing, and particularly the mass housing financing. So the actual height of this building height could be less than this. The number of units could be less than this. but it won't be more than this. This would be the ideal size as far as my clients are concerned and what they would hope to build, but it may actually end up being less than this if the financing doesn't allow for the construction. So since the last meeting, in addition to meeting with the neighborhood groups, we also made a few other changes to the plans. There's an alleyway that exists between this building, a proposed location, and then the parking garage next door. And the previous plans that we had submitted had the structure going up to the edge of the alleyway. That's been pulled back 5 feet from the alleyway, and that's what's shown on the plan. Currently, that didn't affect the number of stories, the number of units, but it did provide for more space availability on that side of the building, and it's also a function of the building code in terms of firewalls and things of that nature. So that was done. We made a few other changes in terms of there was some clarification on the access on the front to the commercial space. We've got 2 proposed commercial spaces totaling, I think, 2,900 square feet, broken up into 2 separate, a cafe section and then a separate section for another business use. We do have a number of other, uses on the first floor, including the bicycle storage, some of the utility areas, things of that nature, that are all depicted on this plan as well. We've had some other discussions with staff about the sidewalk along Chestnut Street and making some improvements in that area, and also there's a small triangular piece sort of at the back of the lot that right now has a sort of a drive through it. There's been some requests from DTM in terms of the design of that to improve the pedestrian access in that area, and we are amenable to that, and any excess area that would be remaining in that location would be part of the landscape plan. And the other aspect of this, which we had discussed last time, is that this project will require site plan approval from the planning board, so there really would be a in-depth examination of the layout, the access, more details on the building design, things of that nature, which we would have to go through. But the purpose of our visit before you is for the relief from the front yard setback requirement. I did look at the staff memo, and I've had some discussions with planning on that. The conditions that are listed on page 4, with a couple of slight modifications, are acceptable to the applicant. And also, there are 2 waivers that are listed on page 5 that I would request on the applicant's behalf. In terms of the conditions, 1C on page 4 says, the last sentence says, effectively widen the sidewalk to be, it says, in excess of 8 feet. And I was suggesting that that be reworded to say not less than 8 feet. Because 8 feet is a requirement, so that's what we would want to provide, but not less than 8 feet, but not necessarily more than 8 feet. And the other wording change was that I wanted to see, if possible, was on 1H. This says provide an updated elevation for the southerly side of the building. And what I wanted to propose is strike the rest of that and to insert to increase the window to wall ratio subject to structural constraints. And I believe I have the architect online if the board has questions about that, but the intent here is to build this building with using a modular design. And as it has been explained to me, with the modular design, there's certain structural constraints that go along with that, with sort of, you can't just put windows wherever you might want to put them. We're sort of very open to looking at trying to add more windows, but there are some limitations connected with that. And if that's something which the board wants a more technical explanation on, the architect can weigh in on that. And the other aspect of this, which not to keep talking about the planning board, but the planning board will be, that's part of their purview in terms of what they look at. And there are some architectural suggested guidelines that they look at, and the intent is to try and provide for that. So that would be, if the board's comfortable just with the notion of that we would look at increasing it to the extent that we can, we could leave it like that, or you could get more explanation, or in any case, it's going to be looked at by the planning board. So I know you have a long schedule tonight, so unless you have something else, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Maybe, but we'll see. City staff.
Through the chair, this is Michelle Smith in the Planning Division. Can folks hear me? I'm just wanting to try to get the microphone adjusted better. Okay. My name again, Michelle Smith from the city's Planning Division. We were here back on January 12th and heard quite a bit of testimony, and the board had a lengthy discussion with the applicant on this item at that time. The hearing was continued to allow for a community meeting to occur, which did happen. Subsequent to that, the applicant submitted revised plans that show basically the building, if we go to the civil plan, a shift of the building away about 5 feet from the alley that runs along the eastern side of the property, which you can see here, kind of plan north or top of the screen. So that red area that's being circled by my colleague is basically the area where the building was shifted away. So that is providing essentially a functional, like 8-foot wide sidewalk that exists with what's there today, I should say, and what they're proposing along that entire side of the building. There were slight modifications, I think, to the front, just resulting from that, and then along that side in terms of the actual floor plate, because they couldn't shift the building, so they basically cut back the building along that side about 5 feet, so that affected the kind of trash room, electrical room, their bike room, and an egress and an office that they'd previously proposed, which are now being eliminated. So slight modifications to that first floor plate. Otherwise, the upper stories are understanding generally unchanged, and I'll ask the applicant to be sure to correct anything I get wrong, because we don't have a red line plan for this. In terms of other comments, the board will recall that the purpose of this application and the only reason that this is in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals is because we are talking specifically about the front yard setback. So in most of the downtown, you see buildings right up to the sidewalk. That's because we don't necessarily have front yard setbacks in most of this area. There are some nuances if there's ground floor residential, which is not proposed in this particular project, but it also recognizes in dense urban areas that we need to have minimum sidewalk widths and that there needs to be a setback when our sidewalks aren't as wide as we would like them to be. So that's what is pulling this application into review. So our minimum standard would be 8 feet. So if the sidewalk is less than 8 feet, then the building needs to be set back 5 feet. We don't have an 8-foot sidewalk here. We have just over 7-foot wide sidewalk, and as a result, the applicant is seeking relief from that 5-foot requirement. They're providing 1.95 feet, so just under 2 feet on their property in terms of their actual setback, but functionally, when you add that 1.95 to our existing 7, you're getting more than the 8 feet that's required. So we have a condition, which I understand Attorney O'Neill seeks to modify. So condition 1C, which specifically talks about, condition 2, which talks about a sidewalk easement, where the city would get an easement for that basically almost 2 feet of private property to pull that into our public realm, because it won't feel like it's private property versus public property, right? It's just gonna feel and look like the sidewalk. So we're looking for an easement for that, which also provides some protections for liability purposes for the developer, but for the city, it benefits us because now we have a wider sidewalk. It's easier for folks to be able to move around. So we have a condition related to that, that's outlined in condition 2 prior to occupancy. And then my understanding is Attorney O'Neill is looking to modify 2 different conditions that are outlined in the staff comments. The first is 1C, which is reflecting the sidewalk being extended from the back of curb into the applicant's property using cement concrete, encompassing the entire 1.95 front yard setback, to be in excess of 8 feet. I believe everywhere throughout the property, that's the case, that it will be in excess of 8 feet. I think it will be closer to 9, not quite, or maybe just over 9. But, so I don't know that it's necessary to adjust the language to be in excess. Certainly, the ordinance requirement is 8 feet, so I think that's something the board might want to talk about. If you want to get, that full 1.95, I think that is, again, I'll ask the survey team to correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's my math based on the plans that were submitted. The other comment I believe that Attorney O'Neill had was related to condition 1H, related to the southern elevation where we'd asked for an increase in the window-to-wall ratio. So they would like to strike the last part of the clause after building where there's a comma to delete reflecting a minimum of 1 to 2 ratio to wall window. They'd like to strike that and instead insert to increase the window-to-wall ratio subject to structural constraints. So they're seeking to do that based on the modular nature of the structure. This will be something that we'll look at during site plan review and just put in here as something that we felt strongly about and wanted to see changed. Understand that there's some, there's a component to the structural integrity of the modular units that has some limitations on this. We just don't necessarily want to see wall space for like a bedroom be preserved over windows. Someone can always put a bed in front of a window, have the headboard block that, but you can't add, light and windows later. So aesthetically, this is the elevation on the left-hand side. You see there's just 2 rows of windows, a pretty prominent elevation, as you're coming up the hill there on Aldrich, turning into Chestnut as you head towards Pleasant Street. Definitely see that elevation and presents itself to the street. Understand that there's a lot of thought that's gone into the design and the complicated nature of the modular construction as it relates to making that look attractive. But this is an area that we're hoping that the applicant could make improvements on. So we're open to the language if the board feels comfortable with that, and happy to work through this at site plan. It was an early check that this elevation doesn't work for us in planning in terms of our comments and feedback. So we'd be looking at some other form of progression of this elevation to provide more visual interest if it's not through windows as part of the site plan. But I think to the extent that that's possible with the structural constraints is reasonable, but the board also could ask the applicant's attorney to provide some additional information. They are online. I just need a minute to unmute them if you want to hear from them. Otherwise, most of the things in our memo were just slight updates from the previous time, so I don't want to rehash everything. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but just to reiterate, this is really about the setback on the front yard, and certainly if the board needs additional information to evaluate the appropriateness of that, you should request that. But a lot of the questions or concerns related to, construction management and how, things are going to actually be built and played out, that's all going to be looked at as part of site plan review. The shadow studies, wind studies, those are all things that we'll look at intently as part of the site plan review process. But again, ultimately, if the board wants to request either those that they've provided a shadow study with some limited details. There's no wind study that's been provided. If the board wants to request those, you can, but just a lot of the questions about landscaping plans and details, all of that we'll look at very closely as part of the site plan review. This is pretty early stage. We do have some conditions that try to encourage some additional tree plantings. So we're looking for an additional 6 tree plantings beyond what they've already shown in the plan. We'll probably be looking for more, but that's sort of the minimum, which is our typical standard for what our minimums would be in terms of the length of frontage along the street and what that would require if, say, it were a subdivision, how many street trees we'd be looking for to be planted. So just a little context. I don't need to necessarily run through all of the specific conditions. Most of them are unchanged from the previous meeting, but otherwise, happy to answer questions the board has.
All right. This is a time for the public. If you'd like to speak about 56 Pleasant Street and 0 Aldrich Place, please come forward. Just state your name and city of town of residence. I will ask, because of time, that people keep their thoughts to the things before the zoning board, which is around the setback of 3 feet from the 5-foot.
My name is Randall Ormo, Worcester.
Go ahead.
I am here with qualified support for the proposal. My only concerns is that there is sufficient parking. There has been a change, as noted in publications lately in the newspaper, about the diminished number of spaces that are required. But the point is that I'm over 60, I'm over 70. I remember there was a place called Worcester Center, and the biggest argument there as to why it failed was there was not sufficient parking. And the thing is that if you're going to be living here, having lived in New York City, the size of the building is, Worcester needs to grow up, not necessarily this way. We've got limited space in the city. We're not New York, we're not Boston, but we are Worcester, and we are the second largest city. We need to begin to look a little bit more like a city. I have a concern for the neighborhoods, but to me, the proposed property, which is directly in line with the building up the street, on Chestnut Street, across from the telephone company, that to me, this building as proposed is in keeping with the design concept. It's right on that neighborhood. I know there's apparently a variance that needs to be gotten because of the current, to me, I would be in favor of doing that because it's an odd-shaped spot. It's probably about as good a use as you're going to get for a triangular piece of property that's been bare for for a good part of my life, I think. And the fact is, too, is I'm related to the woman whose name is on the building down the other end, Elizabeth Howland. We both had a relative who fell off the Mayflower back in the 1600s, on the way over from England. So I have a little bit of a say as being a part of the city of Worcester. And but the fact is that if that building meets the fire department's qualifications, if the setbacks, the changes in the distances are allowable in meeting the needs of the fire department and the city of Worcester in general, to me, I think it's a good opportunity. I think it's something that should be given every chance to succeed. We need, 12,000 units between now and 2030. We're not going to get them if we keep on hedging on bets, especially when the building, I don't know how many people here are aware that tower, which is 26 stories tall, was not originally supposed to be 26 stories tall. It was supposed to be 48 stories tall. That Worcester County National Bank, when they proposed that building, submitted it to contractors, but the construction design was new, and the contractors only came back with standard construction, so they split the building in half. That's why there are 2 towers, and that's in the Synergy building. Worcester would have a much different look had the 48 stories been there. 19 would have been, a pebble compared to it. But to me, I think the size of the proposed building is in keeping with the glass tower. And I think the view, I wouldn't mind having a place looking to the west. It's going to have a great view to the west. The people to the east are going to have to look at the tower. But I am generally in favor, provided that the affordability, parking, and that all of the legal requirements that make the building safe are met. Thank you very much.
Thank you. State your name, city of town, and residence.
My name is Neil Smith. I'm a resident of Worcester. I live in the neighborhood just a couple of blocks from 56 Pleasant, attended the public meeting the first speaker referred to. My concern about this plan is that with this construction, I know it's a weird lot, and nobody's being well served by having that stand vacant, but the plan to put multi-residential units right on the street could lead to a mess like the intersection of Austin and Main Street now, where there's always traffic backed up there. There's no, whether they've got parking or not, there's no traffic flow that lets delivery trucks stop, let Ubers or Lyfts stop, let someone with mobility issues who can't get to a parking garage get picked up there. Often the sidewalk's jammed up there too, as well, because people are trying to get in and out, and there's just no place for them to go. They can't go onto Main Street. You know, in that little tight corner with Chestnut one way going up the hill, I'm just unclear to me how the traffic flow would work with the setback plan. That's the question I'd like to raise for the board. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before us, we don't have the DTM, the full DTM things, but that'll definitely get brought up with the planning board, but we'll
Yeah, I just raised the question now as you're looking at the issue of the setback, just
Thank
so
you
that
very
it doesn't
much.
get ignored. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good, great questions. Thank you very much. If you could just state your name, city of town, and residence, please.
My name is Candace Smith. I live in Worcester. We live at 44 Elm Street, and I can say that I think a high-rise apartment building in this location is probably a very good thing. We are regular pedestrians, and that's why I'm concerned about the setback on Pleasant Street. Unfortunately, for about 6 weeks this winter, it was impossible to cross over onto that side of the street because there was snow. Even half a foot can make a difference, and so you need to look, I believe you need to look at that very closely and find out what part of the planning is going to include location and snow removal. The other thing that's important to consider is that as more and more people have food delivered or people dropped off, if you come up Elm Street, you will notice that people are parking on the sidewalk frequently or partway over the sidewalk. This means that for both pedestrians and traffic, it's a problem. They're not supposed to. You know, they try and keep it clear, but it's much, much more crowded right there on that particular corner, which I walk by quite frequently, except for the last 6 weeks with the snow. I'd like you to consider that a setback may be part of the solution. I understand why you have to consider other things in the design, but as you have thousands more people moving into the city, the walking space is going to become very important to them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. If the applicant could speak to the snow removal and sort of other, if there's any, I know you're early in the design process, and so we haven't quite prepared you maybe for that second question about, but something to consider certainly by going to planning about the flow of traffic, flow of people, and what are the plans for that. If you have answers to that now, that's fine. If you don't, I know it wasn't as part of this.
I'm sorry, could you
filing.
say?
So let's start the first question, which is just snow removal. Is there a plan that we have for snow removal?
I'm sorry, I still didn't hear you.
Snow removal. Is there a plan for snow removal
Snow removal?
on the sidewalk? Yeah.
I don't think we have developed a plan yet for snow removal, because that would, would be a site plan review situation. I mean, we're talking about basically the first floor ground area that would be in front of the building, the sidewalk area and so forth. I mean, they have to keep the sidewalks clean. You're required to do that. And really, in terms of the front of the building, there's an area which the sidewalks would be cleared, and the remaining area would be cleared as well. Don't have a plan in place, but that would be my expectation that they would remove the snow. The lot subject to the landscape area is predominantly, obviously, the building. Yeah, I mean, I don't think if there's a board feels it's necessary to provide for a condition that they remove snow from any excess snow from the property, that's not a problem. I'm going to do it anyway, but I would say one of the other comments just is we did have a traffic engineer that came with us to the neighborhood meeting. They have identified the garages that are within close proximity, including right next door, the Pearl Elm, and the other municipal parking space on Main Street that have capacity, and presumably would be looking for, customers. They're going to be running these buildings, so they have an interest in lining up parking for tenants who want the parking, and if that's not available, if they can't facilitate that and they have a car, then they won't rent the apartment. But part of we go back to the fact that downtown there is no parking requirement, and they do that for a reason. But we have looked into that and feel that could be addressed basically with the available space that's around.
So the question is not about parking, it's about sort of people flow with cars. So if you think about the plan for and again, we didn't ask it, there would not be standard for us to ask it for such a small amount of a setback in the
Yeah.
front. But I think
Right.
for the planning division, thinking about where a package is going to get dropped off, where
Yeah.
people are going to get dropped off, there's going to be,
Right, and
most people are going to Uber. So and the person who came forward, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, who spoke, she made a really good point about in other parts, I live a block away from Elm Street, people just sort of park on the side, or the Ubers just sort of block
Right.
traffic, and thinking about that as a part of this project.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that if we've got a couple of people online, if they're wanting to,
I think for time period, I'll wait to see if other board members if they want to dive into it. And if you do, we'll at that point, we'll unmute, but we'll ask some more people to come forward and speak, if that's okay. So if the board has further questions on it,
Okay.
we'll then ask, but
Yeah.
at this
Okay.
point, we'll just let
Yes.
some other folks speak. All right, next up for public. Just state your name and city and town of residence, please.
Hi, my name is Emma Morrison. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm a resident of the neighborhood, and I just want to say that I support the plan for the 8-foot sidewalks for this building.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Great modeling. Yes, I really appreciate that.
Fred Nathan Worcester, but as a disclaimer, I live like 3 miles away. However, as far as the parking issue, you got garages, you got parking lots. I think it should be up, I don't know if the contractor or the person who would move in there would be, that's their business. Just a thought. We need housing, 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 housing. Oh, by the way, we need housing. However you get it accomplished, if somebody has to park a couple of blocks away in a parking lot, so be it.
I don't see anybody else coming forward. Does anybody online use the raise your hand function? Great. Amy Beth, if you could please unmute folks.
Robert, I've asked you to unmute. It looks like you're unmuted. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
while we're waiting, we did also submit a report to planning that addressed the whole issue in terms of parking.
Yeah, it's not exactly before us, so I understand.
And then also we have the developer, Florencia.
I will only ask them to speak if the board has questions.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll keep it moving. Amy Beth, if the other person isn't speaking, can we let another person who maybe raise their hand?
Those were the only two folks with their hands up. I'm not sure, Robert, if you do want to speak, I can ask you to unmute again. Just raise your hand.
Okay. Is anybody else? Okay. I'll go really quickly. If other people have thoughts, I think this development has some really important questions that I look forward to people wrestling with, but those are not our questions at the zoning board. So for me, this is pretty straightforward. We're being asked to look at 3 feet from the 5 foot where there's going to be plenty for the 5 feet. I think the residents who came forward who asked really good questions about sort of snow removal, about making sure there's a plan for cycling through that isn't parking, but is actually like people who maybe are taking Ubers or other ways that they're getting to and from. I think having a report for the planning, I guess I'm not asking for it for us, because again, it's such a step back, but I think it's a really important question moving forward for the planning, so I would encourage the applicant to have a clear plan in place for what that looks like, where people are expected to stop, how they're letting people know where drop-offs are, and some of the other things around packages. So I think those things are really important questions for that I think got surfaced here, as well as some of the other lingering ones I'm sure you heard during the process. That being said, I'm happy to move forward for 3 feet from the 5 foot and let the planning board actually do the heavy lifting, which is what it should be doing. Board Member Bromoff.
Thank you. Through the chair, you know, I heartily endorse coming to a critical mass of apartments downtown. I can see it being a chance to revive. It'll bring, you know, people will bring the shopping and the stuff that goes with it. I'm not particularly concerned about parking. I would say something you'll have to address as you go forward with planning is the flow of really the drop-off and pickup of packages, 225 units. It's a lot of packages coming in, and I mean, I live on a dead-end street, and I can't imagine how many packages are, I see them every day coming to my house and the house across the street with the last houses, and so imagine that times 225. It's going to be a problem there, which I'll leave it for you to address with planning. And, you know, the fact that we're being asked to weigh in on the need for, by my calculation, roughly 120 square feet and a 225,000 square foot building is a little bit absurd, but it's part of the process. And in addition to that, it's in light of, by my back of the napkin, somebody's going to spend $35 to $40 million building this, at least. And I'm just, you know, not experienced enough to make that an exact figure, but it's a big number, and we're weighing in on it. So I can be in favor of this. It's a small ask. I would say when we use the word snow removal, I think it should be snow removal, which is the sidewalks and the parking area. You pick up the snow and take it out of there to keep it as much open as possible, but I'm in favor of this.
Oh, I forgot to say too, and I apologize for this. Do you have thoughts on, I'm in favor of changes to 1C, I'm fine with that, and changes for 1H. Those work for me, but I want to make sure.
Excuse me, through the chair. I am, 1C is fine, not less than 8 feet. And I would suggest for a 1H that it reads, provide an updated elevation for the southern side of the building, providing maximum window size subject to structural constraints. Is that acceptable to you and to the board and to staff? Does that work? Everybody happy?
I think so, for us at least, to
Okay,
lead us to the
great.
planning. I'll speak for myself.
Okay. Thank you.
We're sort of, if it's very quick, we're sort of at the point. Yeah, we're technically at the board part, but go ahead.
One of the things they're talking about access.
Just
to
say
the-
your name again real quickly.
Randall Ormo, Worcester.
Thank you.
Traffic does not need to come up Pleasant Street to get to that building. High Street is a much better access, and the amount of traffic that's on High Street right now is minimal, so that if you had package drop-off, it would not be coming up Pleasant Street, it would be coming up off of High Street with the back end of Denholm Building. Just take that as a consideration, that the traffic does not necessarily need to impact Pleasant Street.
Thank you. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair. Pretty much the way it's presented is also, I consider it it's straightforward, but I do have, I guess, a comment for now regarding the setback. That is an issue that is really a concern. Is it has come up here? It's come up on the review. Is the sidewalk, the width of the sidewalk, and I did some research on what in other places that may have that similar situation, what has been done, and apparently, and even in New York, New York City. What they did was to bring back to the right setback there, and the first or two first levels of the building, and then from the second level or first level of the building, an overlap over the sidewalk, the rest of the building. So that was a solution done, and I just put it in here, that there are options to comply with that setback, and have the 8 feet that is required. If there is a change to the building design planning, so you would have both. I'm not sure if that could be, how can it be proposed, or see if there is any ways that would be something that be considered.
We do, if you look at the facade, there is, at the lower level, there is an attempt, sort of street level, to differentiate the lower part of the building with the street. We're already doing that, and in effect, if you were to move that back 3 feet, I'm not sure structurally in terms of the design how that would work, but we're looking at this in the sense that if it were 8 feet, currently, there would be no issue. And we're making up the equivalent of 8 feet. So that's our solution to it. And the building also is, one of the other things that they look for in these downtown development designs is the alignment of the buildings. And in fact, what we're proposing now is in line with the glass tower and the garage. And if you pulled that back, what you would see is you'd see more of the garage facade if you were looking down Pleasant Street, instead of a straight, clean line, which is what they typically is one of the things that a suggestion in terms of what they're doing. But we would prefer not to pull the building back 3 feet.
Okay, again.
I know, even the upper floors, but even the lower floors.
Again,
Yeah.
you're not setting back the entire building. In order to provide the 8 feet of a sidewalk, you will narrow. You don't have to even move the building anywhere. It's a narrowing the first level in order to provide the required fit on the sidewalk. The rest of the building will stay the same width, same everything else. You're just providing the means. That was a solution that I see done in a couple of places in New York City. Why would not be doing it around here and comply?
I think that would still, I suspect that would still require a variance relief from the zoning board if the upper levels extended out closer than 8 feet to the street.
Your help?
Would be 12, I guess the other thing, the question I would have for you, Board Member Cortez, is that would actually be 12 feet for the sidewalk. There's 8 feet currently. It's 8.8 at the lowest. So what you're talking about is pulling it back 3 feet to get 12 feet of sidewalk.
Yeah, 12 feet, the first floor would be reduced, would be narrower by that amount.
Okay.
That's only the first level.
Yeah.
Sure.
Noted.
What would that through the staff, what varies or what would they need to go through in order to make changes to the building design?
Yeah, through the chair, if any portion of the building in the front yard basically encroaches on that setback, they would still need the variance. So what you're suggesting would still require the variance that they've applied for. I will clarify, though, that they've essentially built in, you can see if we zoom in the yellow area, that's the area that will kind of functionally feel like a sidewalk, right? If you're just walking along the street, the building itself, on the first floor, has this kind of angular recess. And so they've kind of created this, essentially an alcove within the first floor. So that width is variable, right? So to the plan north here, which is actually the east, so you're towards the glass tower on this side here. The sidewalk's almost, not quite, but functionally that will feel like it's almost 14 and a half feet. Towards Pleasant Street and Chestnut Street, towards that intersection, that's where it narrows the most. And that's where we're highlighting here with the cursor. You can see that area is where it's closer to 9 feet, just under, but it's over 8 feet with the portion of the area that we're requesting for the easement, which is that actual setback that they're proposing, that 1.95 feet, in addition to the existing 7 and change sidewalk that exists along Pleasant Street. So they've incorporated, I think, partially what you're requesting, Board Member Cortez, in terms of the way that they've already designed the building. It was something that we talked with their team about. I think what you're hearing, Attorney O'Neill, and I know we have the applicant's architect on, they can talk about any structural elements. I think what you heard Attorney O'Neill say is that the more we recess the ground floor, the less kind of that plane as you're walking along the street, the less prominent that is. And as you're kind of walking along the corridor, you know, the next thing you see, right, is the parking garage, and that starts to kind of be the foremost object along the edge of the street, so on the neighboring property. So when you ask for these kinds of adjustments to the design, you just think about what the aesthetic and kind of effect is as you're experiencing the corridor as a pedestrian. You know, the more recessed that is, the more disconnected the top may feel, actually, architecturally speaking, from the street, you know, feeling like the whole top sticking out, cantilevered over. Right now, the second floor essentially kind of boxes up and frames up, consistent with the upper stories. If we go to the architectural elevations, not this one, because it doesn't actually reflect that. But I don't know if we have one that shows that particularly well. Maybe you can kind of see the depth here, minus the landscaping, which isn't proposed. But if we kind of zoom in on the bottom, you can kind of see maybe a bit better what I'm trying to describe, right? So, you know, this is a rendering, so it's not totally accurate, but you can see that there's this tapering of the building kind of back. So, you know, as a pedestrian along that realm, even though the narrowest point is still that 8 feet and change, but the wider point, there is that additional width in the location, which again is beyond what would be required with the sidewalk that's there and with the 5-foot setback that ends up bringing you around 12 feet.
Through the chair. In my view, in my opinion, yes, the way it is designed right at this moment, yes, in order to make the changes as I'm suggesting, yeah, it will require you know, some work and redesigning and how to provide that particular object. And I realize the way it is designed right now, in order to change that is somewhat difficult. I can understand the rationale. I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, what other members of the board feel about it.
Great question. Let's go to Board Member Turcono, and then we'll circle back to you, Board Member Bramoff. Board Member Turcono?
I'm fine on what Mr. Cortez is referring to. I'm not bothered by it. It's very minuscule compared to the whole structure of the building and the sidewalk allowance. Second, I'm okay with the changes to 1C. I'm fine with the drop-off delivery trucks coming from the highway, from High Street. And I really, really strongly welcome this project into the city.
Thank you. Board Member Barnhagen.
Through the chair, just to get this off, I'm fine with the change to 1C and 1H. So that 1H, as Board Member Abramov said, would read providing maximum window-to-wall ratio subject to structural constraints. I think that's good. Otherwise, I don't have any problem moving this forward. I think this is a needed development in that parcel, which is unusually shaped, and I think this is, the best use of it. And I think we do desperately need housing, so I look forward to that. And I think most of the issues that we're talking about here are planning board issues. As far as the sidewalk setback, I'm happy with the way it's as is. I respectfully disagree with Board Member Cortez. I think the straight line and the aesthetic aspect of it outweighs any changes that might need to be made now. I'd rather get this moving to the planning board. And I think we're going to get 8+ feet up to 12 already with the current proposal. So I don't think there's any sidewalk lacking here, so I'm happy moving it forward.
Board Member Sacco.
Through the chair, no additional comment on my end. I'm amenable to both 1C and 1H.
Board Member Abramov.
Yeah, I would think that the idea of cantilevering the first 2 floors is something that should be investigated by the planning board. But as is presented here today, the request is de minimis, and again, I have no qualms supporting it.
Through the chair, I think it's fair, your Mr. Avramov's statement in there, let the planning board deal with it.
That is also my opinion. Second that opinion. Okay. Yes, please.
Just through the chair, I just want to acknowledge that the person who was online, Robert, I don't know if you wanted to, he came back online, so I don't know if you wanted to make comment or not. I just asked you on mute if you are still interested in making a comment.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry about that. District 2 Councilor Robert Bellata, I just wanted to say, I think this is a great project. Downtown really definitely needs housing density, and I think this combined with what's going on at the old Fallon building and combined with what potentially may happen at the Denholm building will really help with that downtown core and bringing housing to downtown. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I will ask for a motion to close.
Actually, also through the chair, one more thing.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
So Board Member Torcono wasn't here, wasn't in attendance when this item came before the board previously, and did not complete a Mullen affidavit to vote. So I just want to make everyone aware that Board Member Torcono is unable to vote on this item.
Yeah, it does mean you're voting. Okay. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 56 Pleasant Street and 0 Aldrich Place.
Is there a second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Yes.
Board Member Sacco?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 56th Street and 0 Aldrich Place?
I'd like to make a motion for 56 Pleasant Street and 0 Aldrich Place for a variance for relief of 3.05 feet from the minimum 5-foot front yard setback requirement for a high-rise multifamily building in the CCOD with the recommendations and conditions of staff on page 4 and 5 of 8 with the adjustments to conditions 1C and 1H as previously stated, and the waivers on page 5 of 8 of the staff memo as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Sorry, Board Member Sacco? I did
Yes.
this again. My vote's yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is 75 Quinsig Avenue. Yeah, we're supposed to rotate.
Just let me know because I'm not voting. I can't make.
Yeah, you can't make the motion. Are you? What? He'll have to make the motion if you're not making it. Do you want to, are you okay if Barnhagen takes this one and you take the next one? Yeah. Okay. So you'll take this one and then we'll skip to the next one since you both did this last one. All right. Sorry, a little housekeeping. Thank you so much. 75 Quincy Avenue.
Thank you, Chair and board members. For the record, my name is Robert Michaud. I'm the managing principal of MDM Transportation Consultants based in Marlborough, Massachusetts. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter, Quinsigamond Gas and Market LLC. Tarek Yetim is in the audience here as owner. The nature of tonight's request is the amendment of a special permit that was granted for property at 75 Quinsigamond Avenue. That special permit was originally issued in 2021. The applicant had actually purchased the property subject to an already approved site plan and special permit and opened its doors roughly in March of last year. Their business includes a gas station, a fuel station, and a convenience store with drive-through facility that were both the subject of that special permit. Since the opening of that particular store and drive-through, the mayor had actually gone to the grand opening of this facility. It became apparent early on that the approved access for the facility was not entirely in sync with the operating needs of the applicant, and namely, this relates to the driveways along Quinsigamond Avenue, of which there are two. On page left of the screen, there's an exit-only right turn-only exit driveway, referred to as the northerly driveway, and just to the south of that is an enter-only driveway of 20-foot width that is actually located in an area of Quinsigamond Avenue that is separated by a raised median. The concerns that were observed at grand opening and that continued led the applicant to hire my firm to evaluate access-related improvements that could address essentially three issues. One issue being that any customer that was inclined to go to this would have the opportunity to use Arwick Street. This is a locus map on the screen today that shows the proximity of the site. It's bordered by Arwick Street to the north, Quinsigamond Avenue to the west. Customers can go into Arwick Avenue to go to the site. Many of those customers don't realize that there's a driveway there, so they attempt to use the very first driveway that they encounter, which is the exit-only driveway, right turn exit-only driveway, and upon realizing that that's an exit driveway, actually proceed to the southerly driveway by going around the median island in direct opposition to opposing traffic to make that turn into the site. That occurs on occasion by fuel vehicles, tank refuel vehicles, as well as customers. In addition, customers who are leaving the site, who are inclined to return toward the 290 area, actually use the exit right turn only to make left turns, which is not good. And finally, and I'll get into this in a moment, there are some circulation aspects of the drive-through that we want to rectify. If you could just back up a slide to the one that showed this one. This illustrates the two principal concerns with the access. On the left side, the exit-only driveway, illegal left turns occurring that range from 11 to 16 vehicles per hour that are making that movement. And on the inbound side, on the incorrect side of the median, if you will, there are several vehicles per hour that are inclined to do that. So that's what we're trying to fix. If you could advance the slide, this simply quantifies those that were subject to a traffic report that our firm put together to support a redesign of the access. No need to spend a lot of time on this or this one. If you could proceed to the next slide. This is a ground level shot of that exit right turn only driveway. There's a lack of signing that would indicate no left turn, although it is reinforced with pavement markings and do not enter signs. Request of DTM was to place no left turn signs there. That is in fact part of the design. The next slide shows the proximity of the enter only driveway on the left side of this photo. It's located on the inbound side of that median island. You'll see the opposing traffic coming at you. That's the location that we're trying to redesign as a full access driveway. by essentially cutting the median back and converting that to a full-access driveway. The next slide would indicate some of the existing conditions that also exist that we want to rectify. This is a tanker vehicle. This is a refuel of the underground storage tanks. Swept path modeling indicates that these types of vehicles, when they are approaching from the 290 side, making a right turn into the site, have to encroach onto the sidewalk and require the full width of the driveway in order to properly maneuver into the property. The next slide would indicate some of the ground evidence that indicates what that looks like. This was taken right after that large snowstorm that we had, indicating the wheel tracking that very clearly goes over the sidewalk feature. And the next slide, it indicates some of the effects of that, which is sidewalk cracking that we'd like to avoid if at all possible. So this combination of issues, the illegal left turns, the lack of proper geometry for these larger vehicles to be able to access the underground storage tanks, have led to a design in the next slide would indicate how that is to be achieved. This is shown in a red line format for clarity. You'll see in the central portion of this diagram, the idea is to cut the median back by somewhere around 20 to 30 feet from its current position, and to design an exclusive left turn lane that would allow customers to extract themselves from the through lane of Quinsigamond Avenue, get into its own lane, opposite the median, wait for a gap in traffic, and make a left turn into the driveway. The driveway itself would be widened from its current 20-foot width to 35 feet. That would allow for an inbound and an outbound lane separated by a 6-foot scored concrete island feature and appropriate markings and signs. You'll also notice at the driveway that the driveway radius for right turns has been expanded to follow the wheel tracking of these larger underground storage tank refuel vehicles that periodically enter the site. Within the site itself, because of the proximity of the drive-through entry point is shown in, what is shown as kind of a hatched area there. That is co-located with a series of parking spaces that are outfitted with EV charging stations. And in today's environment, what is happening is that folks who are charging their cars and want to leave to return to Quinsigamond Avenue need to back into the area where drive-through activity exists. And when they leave, they're actually in the opposite or opposing direction of folks who are headed to the drive-through. So it's not a great situation. So the idea here is to provide a one-way element for that particular portion of the site that would still allow access to the parking for recharge, would still allow direct access to the drive-through, but the exit from the parking position would need to circulate back around the building and the escape lane, if you will, the reserve lane that is adjacent to the drive-through. That, in our opinion, would address a pre-existing issue where it's very confusing in that area of the site. These improvements have been reviewed by DTM, and DTM has offered a series of recommendations that really, by and large, have already been addressed in the 100% design plan sets that show these improvements. The only comment that has not been addressed per se in this is a comment that relates to the curb radius for that right turn into the property. That's a 5-foot curbstone today. I indicated the evidence of what happens today with the large sweeps, the impact of the sidewalk, the cracking of the sidewalk. Our intention would be to provide that larger radius. It in no way affects the sidewalk design, as the sidewalk would run through the driveway. That would be maintained so that folks who are inclined to use the driveway are not coming in at high speeds. They need to slow down because it's somewhat of a ramp, if you will. So that ramp feature will be retained within the driveway, but we feel strongly that the right turn sweep turn here is to the benefit of the city in that it reduces or eliminates any impact to the structural impact of the sidewalk while still maintaining the integrity of the pedestrian environment at that. That's the only comment that really hasn't been addressed, if you will, per se, in the plan set. Finally, I'll note that the property does reduce the amount of green space, if you will, by a very small amount, where that driveway opening will be enlarged by less than 150 square feet. That will have no negative effect on drainage patterns or outcomes. It's de minimis. And finally, this is a commentary that came through staff. We are now understanding that the approved site plan had called out for 37 planted trees, and it turns out there are 34 on the site. That was news to the applicant. I don't know why that wasn't caught during the CO process, but the applicant has committed to replacing those trees so that they bring it up to that original standard. God bless you. So that's all I have. You know, we conclude that these improvements are a vast safety improvement to the site, to community at large.
Can I ask a really quick question?
Yes.
It looks like the other thing that you're doing is, I see sort of striping. Is that a physical, so you're creating sort of a new lane, but is that also on the sort of like bottom part where you're creating it, is that a new sort of raised division?
So at
Or
the,
is it just striping?
yeah, so at the driveway, scored concrete island, it's flush. Against the building side where the drive-through is, you'll see hatched markings. That's paint.
Oh, no, for the, I guess to prevent leaving to make sure it's only a left-handed
Oh,
turn
yes,
here?
right.
Yeah, is that, so down here, sort of,
Oh, yes, sure.
is that a physical?
It is paint.
It's
And
just paint.
Yeah, the reason that's paint is because the original intention of the design, we believe, was for emergency vehicle egress purposes, so that you still, if you needed to make a left turn there, you could still do it without having to mount curbing and do that kind of thing. So we're not proposing any raised features within Quinsigamond Avenue. That is striped. It will be a gore area you know, the hope here, Chair, is that the 11 to 16 left turns that are happening an hour, the left turns are actually going to happen at this new, larger driveway that will be abundantly clear to allow that to occur in a safe manner.
Yeah, I think I'm more worried about making sure the right hand only happens. I think that's the question. The other question I have is, we got a comment about the fire apparatus, and so it's a very stark message. It's unclear if the 6-foot gap in the 30-foot driveway will be able to be driven over by the fire apparatus if
Oh, yeah,
necessary. So
that's-
if you could just address that, please.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a scored concrete element. It's flush, but it has kind of a ribbed effect to it, so that in a wintertime in particular, where the visibility of a pavement marking may not be as apparent, there's a rumble quality to that. So it's better than mountable. It's actually a flush feature, so it has no impact on your ability for emergency response access.
Thank you very much. City staff.
Sure, through the chair, Michelle Smith in the Planning Division again. So the applicant is in front of you this evening for an amendment to their 2 original special permits and 1 new special permit. So the original 2 special permits were for the use as a automobile refueling station, a gas station. We don't allow those anywhere in the city without a special permit. And then the same with respect to allow a drive-through food service use. So the applicant is back modifying those because as part of that process, the conditions that the board had placed had a limitation essentially on both entrances from Quinsiga Ave to be less than 24 feet or 24 feet exactly. So the applicant's looking to expand, as you've heard tonight, the southern curb cut to be actually 35 feet wide, which is now in excess of the standards we have for driveway widths, which is what is leading to the additional special permit. So they would like to deviate and exceed our standard of a maximum of 30-foot curb cut and are proposing a 35-foot curb cut on the southern particular access into the site. So that's the additional special permit that you're seeing, and then an amendment just because things are changing on the site. So as you heard, the applicant is really looking to reconfigure that particular driveway to address this potential safety concern where folks are essentially traveling in the wrong lane, going the wrong direction. Obviously, folks are coming off of 146, sometimes at a good tick, just because of the nature of the interchange and its connection to Quincy Ave. So speed is certainly something that happens in this area, as many folks are familiar, particularly during commuting hours. But they're looking to modify this particular entrance, and then you also see the striping that the applicant's proposing within the parking lot itself. That striping being to provide for kind of a different circulation pattern. Functionally, I think probably folks that are charging their car are not going to follow it, but that's one of the challenges with designing things from an engineering perspective. You can design it, but to force people to behave is a challenge. So I think folks that should tell folks that they're not supposed to go that way, and hopefully that will help reinforce that behavior. The parking stalls themselves are configured at a 90-degree angle, so you can still back out in that hatched area, and I suspect folks will continue to probably do that to a degree. So that was one of the comments that we had, was trying to understand the purpose. So I think it sounds like there's potentially conflicts that are happening with users in the drive-through. I don't know if the queuing is occurring to that extent that's kind of reinforcing that, but I don't know if the applicant could comment on that a little bit more in detail. And then, yes, we did have a comment just related to the fact that the site's in the floodplain and was subject to the previous permits, always trying to reduce impervious surface, particularly in an area like this, which is one of our hottest heat islands in the city. So trying to find ways to improve shading, cooling, and absorption of stormwater, given the inundation that occurs in this neighborhood. So there is an additional slight change in impervious area that's resulting from this, which the applicant highlighted. So something else that the board might just want to consider. So we do have a condition that requires that they add those additional plantings within 90 days to make sure that's just 3 trees, but just to make sure that that is exactly per the plan. Those are trees that are along Quincy Ave as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. This does not need to go back to the planning board, so this is the only review that this will get. Thanks.
Is anybody here for 75 Quincy Avenue? Okay, anybody online, raise your hand. All right, well, we'll get started, but if anybody has any comments, you can come forward then. I'll just say generally for myself, this is a good reminder about why the zoning board is so important. So my recollection of this project is that the zoning board, as well as other boards, actually did not think that this was a good location for a gas station, and that the city council extended some of its overlays to allow it to be built here, because building a gas station in the floodplain is a really dumb idea. Building it here is a really dumb idea. And also, we're not actually a city of hills, we're a city of gas stations. We have more gas stations per capita than any other city of our size. It's not even close as far as best I could tell from research, so it's also silly. So that being said, I'm willing to move this forward, but for me to be a yes, and I'm currently not a yes, I would need a raised, I would need not a striping. That's not going to stop people from making a left out of there exiting. I need some sort of physical barrier. If we're taking away barriers for this project, then I need a physical barrier. Sorry. So I should speak into it. If we are gonna, for me to get a yes, I'm currently a no. It needs to be a physical barrier on the sort of bottom part of that. So to stop the left-handed turn out into Quincy, not a striping, and then I'll be a yes. So that is it needs to be we're pulling back curbing that's there. The trucks can easily get over that curbing. There should be curbing there to say it's a dedicated left in, and you have to make a right out or take the side street.
Yeah. Could I respond to that, Chair?
Yes, please.
I think it's a good comment. I don't think there's any opposition from the applicant to do that. There are ways to do that. There are stanchions and physical features that may be able to be placed there, but they would be subject to DTM review and approval. So
we could word it say that we could say, so I would be a yes if we said some stanchion or something subject to DTM approval. That would get my yes vote.
Okay.
Board Member Bromoff.
Through the chair, I'm a little bit confused. Where are we, looking at this plan, on the left-hand side, there's a driveway that's for exit. Is
That's
that
correct.
correct?
That's correct.
And that's for right turn only.
Correct.
I made the left turn out of there. To be
You're one of
honest
those
with you,
16 people.
I
that did
came,
that.
I came out of there and I got my gas. I got to get 140. I'm heading to 146, and I get there and
Right.
I'm going left. You know, nobody's going to stop me.
Yeah, and to the chair's point, you know, we have no qualm with providing some physical feature on the northerly driveway, opposite the northerly driveway, to physically prevent that, subject to DTM approval, right? So I just caveat it to say that could be stanchions, it could be some kind of curbing, subject to their review and
Yeah,
approval.
well, I could just say that I'm in favor of having a left turn out of there, because I took it, and if you build a median, sorry to the chair, if you build a median there, I'm just going to take right and go a U-turn around it.
Right.
Because I got to get to the highway, and it was not clear while I was there, approaching that until the last minute that it was only a right turn, and I'm not going to back up and turn around.
So to your point, this plan allows a left turn, but it allows it at the expanded driveway instead.
That's the one we're talking about over.
Correct.
That one over there,
Yes, so,
and not this one.
correct. Yeah, so the idea is that if you're to make a left turn onto Quinsigamond Avenue, you would do so at the expanded driveway in an area that is protected by the median itself, right? So you can actually make the left turn in that zone between the exclusive left turn lane and the median to be able to continue.
All I can say is I appreciate the thoughtfulness of what you've put into this, and I don't have a problem that I can see supporting it, except I will just repeat that I'm going to go to either one of those exits and make a left turn. I'm a human being.
Right.
I know people don't think so sometimes, but yes.
Which,
If I could just say really quickly, as somebody who's been I take this to work, to school every day, and I've almost been hit so many times, people making that illegal left, that I think some, on Kelly Square, that what they did create that the sort of furthest away from Kelly Square, you can make a left or a right, but closest to Kelly Square, you can only make a right. And at first, people got confused, but eventually people learn that that's what they're supposed to do, and they figure it out. And my guess is that you will also figure it out eventually if there's something preventing you from doing it, just like at Kelly Square. That would be my very kind
Well,
pushback.
through the chair, whatever you compromise with this gentleman, I'll support.
Thank you. Good conversation, to be clear. I think we should be able to disagree with each other. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair. In general, I think that there's a very well thought out the new planning to fix or the problems after this was approved to be done, and you do it in yourselves. There's a credit, that you went and come up with the solutions. Good credit for that from me. I agree with the chair's recommendation on the physical, rather than the striping in that area. Other than that, I think that it's a very good project to move on with all the changes.
thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Torcono.
I have no comment. I welcome the changes.
Board Member Bart Hagan.
Through the chair, just to clarify, there are 21 conditions of approval. I just want to confirm that all of these are acceptable as written.
Yes, the only suggestion, again, it had to do with the DTM comment on the curb dimension, which we can work out with them in the
And what-
final submittal site plan.
Is that one of these?
It's
conditions?
actually a comment as opposed to a condition.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So, if you bear with me here. I don't believe we had any issues with any of the conditions.
Okay. Well, if as long as it's not a condition, I think that won't hold anything
The
up.
only one that's, I think, would be relevant to that would be condition 8, which is reduce the sweeping curb line on the southern driveway, and then 5 foot, no more than a 5-foot curb is acceptable. So that's fine, or you're looking to
I would
change that?
say we would respectfully request a reconsideration of the curb radius under item 8 in consultation with DTM.
So
What curb radius figure would be acceptable to the applicant there?
The one that's presented on the design plans that have been submitted, which are shown here in red line,
do you have a number for it?
I believe it's a 30-foot curb radius.
30 foot.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know the exact intent behind it, but typically DTM tries to have the radii be short up just so that folks slow down and don't take the faster movement, and the curb radius as it's shown right now it is pretty sweeping, so you could make a movement at a higher speed, understand the need for the tractor trailer, but I don't know that full width or clearance was shown as necessary on the turning diagram. So my guess is that's where their comment is coming from. I could be mistaken, happy to be corrected. I'm making an assumption, but I don't know if the applicant could comment on that.
Can we put in some wording to just allow them to work it out with DTM?
If you want to just add, unless determined to be acceptable, unless a alternate curb radius is acceptable to the Department of Transportation and Mobility, they can work with, but then that way we honor the DTM requests and let DTM decide if it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I stood corrected, it's actually 25-foot radius, but I concur with that, what Michelle had suggested.
So then 8 would just say a reduced radius no greater than 5 foot is acceptable unless an alternate curb radius is acceptable to
I think
DTM?
we'd say, reduce the sweeping curb line, southern driveway of Quincy. Could we maybe say, acceptable to DTM's oversight? Maybe just be a little bit clearer, like.
Do it more general.
More general?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
That feels comfortable.
And just to confirm, you're going to request the 3 waivers that are listed here?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. As far as the physical barrier on Quincy, I mean, I actually thought that was a physical barrier when I first saw it. So I wouldn't mind throwing in a new condition as long as it can be worked out with DTM. And I understand that there might be some limitations as far as emergency vehicles, which might be a good reason why you wouldn't have a physical barrier there. And if that ends up being the case and that can't be overcome, then I don't want this to hold it up either. So I don't want to do some hard and fast condition that will jam everything up. So I don't know what language we want to have.
I don't know what number it would be, but it's I thought the language we got was physical barrier subject to DTM.
Okay. So a physical barrier across from the northerly entrance on Quinsigamon Avenue?
Yep.
Okay.
Subject to DTM oversight on the way to do it.
And staff, is that something like that acceptable?
And we're talking about just the northerly curb cut too,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I think that we had asked them to reflect additional physical barriers within the public right-of-way to the extent it's allowable by the Department of Public Works and the Department of Transportation and Mobility, because there may be maintenance reasons that it's being designed the way that it is, like whether it relates to plowing or otherwise. I could see them saying, we don't want to plow around that, I don't know. So if we can add both, that will just allow us to coordinate with our colleagues.
Great. That's acceptable to me.
And would that fall under the DTM conditions or?
Yeah, you can put it, we'll renumber everything, you can just make it 11, and then 11 on will adjust.
Okay. All right. Okay, with that being said, I don't think I have any additional comments. Thank you.
Board Member Sacco?
No additional comment on mine, thanks.
All right. In that case, I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 75 Quinsigamond Avenue.
Is there a second? Second that motion. You got to turn on your.
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez,
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 75 Quincy Avenue?
I'd like to make a motion on 75 Quinsigamon Avenue for a special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces, and an amendment to previous zoning board decision, ZB-2021-061, to a special permit to allow an automobile refueling station in the BG3 zone, and a special permit to allow food service use with a drive-through in a BG3 zone with the conditions set out in the staff memorandum on pages 3 to 4 of 7, as amended, adding and changing several of those conditions as stated, and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bart Hagan?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, are you guys? He's out. Is everybody okay? We good?
Thank you for letting me go to the bathroom.
No worries. Larry, you all right?
I needed a pen.
So Larry, you need to make the motion on this upcoming one. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, 149 Plantation Street, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm James Tatro from Expedited Engineering here representing Ram Hill Avenue Investments and Developments, LLC. And the application before you is for a special permit for use of a property at 2.7 acre parcel at 149 Plantation Street. This is on the, I guess I'd say, I'll call it the north side of Plantation Street. It's about 6 properties down from Holmes Field, further away from Route 9. This is the way I was thinking of it. Yep, there's the A&R plan that was done for this property. Again, it's 2.7 acres. Within it, it has a sort of a high ridge point. If you're on Plantation Street in front of this where the access is proposed, you're at an elevation about 669, and you're going to go up to, at the peak of the ridge, about 688. On the other side of the property, going all the way down to Orient Street, you're going to go down to the elevation like 630s. So you've got a 20-foot rise and about a 50-foot drop at that ridge point. Actually, as I think staff noted, has actually some pretty impressive views looking north of the city. We're here before you because the applicant wants to construct 2 multifamily low-rise buildings, 3 stories in the RL7 zoning district where such a use requires a special permit. What you see before you is the presentation plan showing the 2 buildings. There's a proposed access directly opposite Ingleside Ave. That private drive goes 346 feet. It ends in a 50-foot radius circle. Each of the 2 buildings, again, is 3 stories. Each would have 24 units, 2-bedroom apartments within it. We're asking for a allowance to reduce there are the buildings, the total parking provided from 96 spaces, 2 times 48, to 87, still a ratio of 1.81 spaces per unit. This site would have water and sewer service from Plantation Street going to the intersection with Fairmount. You see on this plan, you see in kind of black outline a couple of in-ground detention structures that are proposed to help deal with drainage and bring down the peak flows. We would have a drainage connection both out to Plantation Street and one down to Orient Street to existing lines there, rather than letting runoff flow through those Orient Street side abutters. What else should I notice? I should note that, again, 48 units, as staff says, the actual parking, or excuse me, traffic generation in the morning and evening peak hours is just 22 and 27 trips in each of those respective hours, which is only a car every 2+ minutes, so it's not a significant traffic issue. The site at this location has excellent sight distance in both directions. It's in fact about probably 1,300 feet looking towards Amanola Ave to the east, and it's about 350 feet limited by the peak of the hill looking to the west, you see about 3 properties beyond LaPierre. And as staff noted, it's an area of kind of a variety of housing, different housing stock. There are duplexes on both sides of this. There are multifamily existing buildings on Ridge and I forget if it's on Fairmount or Ingleside, just within 300 feet of, it's about a 6 or 8 unit building of the site. So it's not an apartment use being plopped in the middle of only single-family homes. There are multiple types of residential housing stock immediately surrounding this. Excuse me, and I trying to see which of my my crib notes here I haven't already run through. Excuse me. Well, I think I would just note that we provided a revised version of this plan. The one before you is dated February 9th pursuant to staff review. We've seen the staff memorandum that came out on Friday afternoon. We have no objections to the staff or DTM comments therein, and we would be more than willing to address those and have those be folded into a possible special permit issued. I'll leave it at that, and I'll just try and answer your questions.
I have a quick question. You stated that there are 87 parking spaces, but on the application it says 88.
Okay, I think we reduced 1 in the course of the last review because staff noted that we were in excess of 50% impervious cover in the front setback, and we took 1 out there. That's why the
Okay.
application said 88, and the latest plan says 87.
So 96 would be required for the application, and you have 87, so you're minus 9.
Correct.
Not much.
And again,
Okay.
still a ratio of 1.8 to 1, 1.81 to 1, which is a pretty good ratio.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Staff, please.
Sure, through the chair, Michelle Smith, again in the planning division. So in front of you this evening is a request for 2 different special permits at the property that was described here at 149 Plantation Street. So the first is a request to allow the use. So in the zoning district, which is the RL7 zoning district, we only allow multifamily low-rise uses, which is what is proposed with a special permit. So by right, this particular zoning district allows essentially 2 units by right, although nowadays that could be really 3 units because folks can have an ADU by right. So kind of by right on the property in terms of its development options with the frontage it has, which is really the limiting factor. They could divide the lot into 2 and have two families and then each have an ADU for a total of 6 units based on the frontage. Based on the lot area, they could have 15 single-family dwellings. If they were to install some form of a road, they would have the ability to do that. There's cluster development, which allows for more flexibility but requires a special permit. But essentially, they can get a number of units through different configurations, but are proposing this configuration, I believe, due to some different site constraints. We have seen different iterations of proposals, including subdivisions on this lot, which were ultimately withdrawn from the planning board, but have seen proposals get submitted in the past. There's some challenging soil constraints with ledge and groundwater on the site that affect the property, although not necessarily just this property, but definitely affecting this lot. So today you can see, if we go to an aerial image, that this is mostly wooded. It's about 2.5 acres of land that the applicant's proposing to develop into 48 units, 2 buildings, each with 24 units, and then this now 87, pardon the typo there, and 88, 87 space surface parking lot. You can see in the site entrance, there's sort of this lollipop, or essentially what kind of looks like a cul-de-sac to get in, which is in order to preserve turning movements for the fire department. In terms of the site design, the buildings are sited kind of in towards the back with the parking in the front. Generally, in terms of design protocols, our preference is always to see the buildings closer to the street. We understand there's some grading challenges on this particular site, but we're hoping that the applicant could comment on if they explored shifting building 1, the building that you see closer to the street, if they had explored shifting that closer to Plantation itself and using the building in part as a retaining wall in lieu of actual retaining walls to help with that So hoping that they can talk a little bit about that, answer that question, or if they explored any other site designs that limit the need for regrading and elimination of all the existing mature vegetation that's on the site, which essentially will be facilitated through the proposal that's in front of the board. Understand, again, the challenges, but just want to hear if the applicant, what other alternatives the applicant explored. In terms of the other special permit, the applicant seeking a special permit to deviate from our various driveway standards. So we were talking just a minute ago about the 30-foot standard that we have for driveways. The turning radii and the bulb, essentially, that you see at the end of the driveway, depending on exactly how you measure it, you're about 100, 120 feet. So this thing is quite wide. So we have asked that the applicant address that by reducing that so that that driveway is no wider than 30 feet at any point by introducing a landscape island in the center, something you might see in a kind of traditional cul-de-sac, to make sure that we're reducing impervious surface, and then that there's plantings that are being proposed in that area, which it sounds like they're amenable to, so that's great. But just in terms of comments, it's a very large space, so for various folks coming in, operating at the site, potential for confusion. So by creating some more discrete circulation pattern, that should help improve safety, and also, again, reduce impervious surface, which we are all about. And then if their applicant is not able to shift the southern building closer to Plantation, we had some comments just in terms of the architectural design. We'd like to see that have a bit more front-facing aesthetic and incorporate something along the lines of a portico, so that as you enter, that it feels like you can enter, because functionally I believe there's the ability, based on the way that the units are laid out, we'd like to have that so that if you're walking off the street and you're not in a car, that there's an easy way to enter that building without having to walk up kind of halfway to the building to enter into the main corridor, and instead to allow that here. And so we have some other design comments that are minor, including in the conditions of approval that kind of handle that particular comment. In terms of the neighborhood, you heard reference to other multifamily uses. Just one block, not even, to the south, basically the next side street, we transition into RG5 zoning district, which is where multifamily high-rise is allowed by right. So you just have kind of this gradient of the buffer of the RL7 juxtaposed with the more dense residential district. Across the street along Plantation, there are some non-conforming uses, including the multifamily that was referenced by the applicant's engineer, and as well as, I think, former bakery commercial building right across the street. From this location. It is in a baseline growth area in the citywide long-range plan, which isn't necessarily saying that development isn't appropriate. It's just saying, it wasn't specifically targeted, mostly because it's out of a walk shed to transit. It's 0.7 miles, so not quite convenient walking distance, I will say, to transit. So that is why that it's not located in one of those areas. I'm happy to answer any questions. The project will require site plan review, of course, based on the number of units that's proposed. And I don't know that I want to highlight anything else from our conditions. Let me just double check. Yeah, we don't have the architectural comments or the comments related to the building orientation. So if that's something the board feels, we'd recommend that either continue the hearing to allow for that to happen, or that's not codified. The portico can be something we can handle through the site plan process, but if you want to see the building shift, that's something I think you should, ask for updates on. Otherwise,
I was about to say that. I was about to ask that question.
Yeah, happy to answer
So
questions.
just to clarify, so I think, if the applicant could just answer, so you said you were amenable to the conditions, which does have the island sort of in, the cul-de-sac-ish island in it. If you could answer the city staff's questions about consideration about the sort of placement, and unless the board desperately wants it, I think maybe it's a note that at the planning site board, if it gets through this, they'll want to see some sort of portico or something that's sort of front-facing, but that's definitely a site plan sort of overview. So I feel less strongly that it needs to be here, that it's addressed, but something you should know will be asked for. And this is the first sort of bite at that apple. So if you could just answer, sorry, I gave you three things. I apologize.
Well, there was one primary one in regard to the building not being further forward. It's a couple of issues. One is drainage. All of this goes down to Plantation Street. we need to have our proposed detention structure be setting on as low as possible so we can collect as much of that driveway drainage as possible. The other part of this is, you know, if you're on the site, again, at that top of that ridge, and you walk around, you see ledge outcrops here and there. And where we set the building now, we're essentially setting it so it's all coming off of the high point of the road, and it makes the grade change, the excavation work for the building, footprint itself, as little as possible. If we moved it to adjacent to the closer to Plantation Street, we either would have to set it way above Plantation Street, or we'd have to set it at an elevation that would require a lot of extra excavation of possibly of ledge in the course of building that building. So we had a couple different constraints that were arguing against it being quite so close. It's 120 feet off the road. It is a larger building than, you know, anything immediately around it. And we also thought it was maybe more appropriate that it be further back than those other smaller buildings.
Okay. I will just say for myself, I sort of think that's the right decision, having been out there. My first thought was drainage, and my second thought was just the site of it. You want to build on top of where it's highest, right? Like, it is a really beautiful view of the city, though. All right. Is anybody here for 149 Plantation Street? Just come forward, state your name and city and town of residence. And for those online, we're going to go in person first, and then but raise your hand now so that we can be putting you in queue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Leonard Schifredo, Worcester. I'm here tonight representing the Brown Square Neighborhood Association and Crime Watch. For once in 40 years, I'm in agreement with Fred Nathan. I know we need housing. Worcester needs housing. That being said, Worcester's east side has been more amenable than any other parts of the city to high-density housing. It's all around us. It's all around this area. It's the old El Morocco. It's up on Ridge Street. It's New Railroad Lofts. It's Alta on the Row. It's 450 units coming online on Franklin Street. And now we're asking for more density housing, you know, and they're asking for a special permit. And the builders, and I get it, he's got to make it economically feasible. But my problem is, with this special permit, allowing multifamily low-rise, you do change the character of the neighborhood. And I can accept the fact that it's close to an RG zone, but it's not an RG zone, it's an RS zone, and the majority of the housing in that area is single-family and probably duplex or two-family. This type of housing is going to change the character of the neighborhood. And once this special permit is granted, there's other lots along that area that are going to be coming forward and looking for the same thing, right? And then the entire character of the neighborhood is changed. So I guess I would ask the board to either ask the developer if there is any other feasible way. According to staff, it doesn't seem to be. But if so, can we reduce the density that we have here? That's an awful lot of housing. I don't know if it's one bedroom, two bedroom, and parking is going to be an issue. Let's face it, winters in New England, winters in Worcester, Worcester's on Plantation Street are tough. If they aren't able to park on site, where are they going to park? They're going to park on Plantation Street, which is going to be a huge problem. You know, plowing is an issue already, and is it going to be excalibrated? So my request to the board is look very carefully at this, because if you approve this one, there's more coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to briefly respond to one issue. In regard to density, I would point out that, as noted in one of the detail sheets where we have a zoning compliance table, this proposed development meets the density requirements of frontage and area for the number of units proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could just state your name and city, town, and residence, please.
And through the chair, if I could just clarify too, so with the staff condition, before I forget, related to the special permit for the modification of parking and loading, the applicant doesn't need the provision related to the width of the driveway if you accept the conditions, so that part is not necessary. But what I neglected in my elaborate discussion about landscaping, I neglected to mention that part of that special permit that they still and do need is a reduction in the parking by 10%, which brings you down to 1.8 parking spaces per unit.
Paul Samara, Worcester. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for hearing me. Thank you for mentioning the El Morocco. My family owned that. So I've lived on that hill my entire life. This proposed development abuts one of my properties. There's a definite, to back up his statement, this will definitely change the character of this neighborhood. Not small, in a small way, in a large way. This area is complete ledge. As mentioned in one of the documents that's available, that's been submitted, it's going to require significant blasting. That's a massive concern for me and my properties. I'd like to see a blast survey done. How about an illumination plan? I'd like to know where those lights are going to be, what their flood capacity is going to be, how it's going to impact my property. The one that was developed a few years ago up on Ridge Street, I think it's Asmara, that has impacted my property. The two homes right next to that, you might think you're up at the airport. The environmental buffer from the parking spaces to my property is very limited. There's no, at least as of today, I don't see any type of vinyl fence, big trees, anything to block the lights coming in from cars, trucks, delivery vehicles, you name it. In terms of that traffic study that was performed, what was it, 1.8 cars, whatever that number was, is that over a 24-hour span, or is that during daylight? When does that take place? So I would like some clarification on that at some point. If this is approved to move forward, having gone through the large development that I just mentioned, I would like to know the haul routes for all of the debris coming in and leaving. Idling times of those vehicles, sitting outside in my yard, next to impossible with the smell of diesel. Next to impossible sitting outside without dust and all of that and having to breathe that. That's not fair and that's not reasonable as a resident of this city and adjacent to this large proposed development. I think that covers where I'm coming from, but the overall impact from this scale of a development on the neighborhood will be very large, not consistent with the immediate neighborhood. Correct, as you said? Primarily single-family homes and multifamily homes, whether those are duplexes, three-deckers, but these large-scale developments are not in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If the applicant could speak to, I actually took notes on all of them, but let's start with the lighting plan. Is there,
Sure.
I didn't see a lighting plan, I don't believe.
We presume that a lighting plan will be part of the site plan approval review. And I would just quickly note that in regard to parking spaces and lighting and where those are relative to abutters, the string of 22 parking spaces facing towards the, as you're looking at that sheet, to the west, those spaces are all well below the abutters. If you take a space in the middle of it, for instance, you might be at elevation 676, and the very back of that abutter's property is at elevation 690. If you take a space near the further away from Plantation Street, that's about elevation 678. And again, the back of that abutter's property is elevation 690 or 692. They're all well above. The abutting properties to the west are all significantly above where cars will be parked on this lot.
And do you, I also didn't see sort of a planting plan, I think.
There is a landscape plan at the back of the set.
Okay, I'm sorry I missed that, that's my fault. And just to clarify for it, and again, I apologize that I missed it, is there for the sort of there it is, I'm looking right at it. Okay. Thank you, Amy Beth, for putting that up. And then in terms of, so some of these issues, this is to city staff, if I understand it correctly, the issues of sort of idle time, haul rates, blasting, those are site plan review questions. I don't think we normally tackle those, but.
Yeah, through the chair, I can clarify. So we will require a construction management plan be submitted post planning board approval. That's typically done in detail once the general contractor is determined, so that it actually reflects what they're proposing to do. And that is something that we require for most construction sites, certainly one of the scale as a condition. So that's not generally something that the details of are going to specifically be hashed out ahead of the planning board approval, but it will require them to provide information about what the haul route would be, how they're going to handle worker parking, all sorts of things along those lines. Related to the comment on blasting, any blasting, actual blasting requires a permit from the fire department. A blast survey is required by virtue of that permit. That's part of the state law, is my understanding. So that would be something that would be done. There's a certain radius from the property, which I don't recall off the top of my head, in terms of what is mandatory for a pre-blast survey. In terms of the method of removal, certainly something we'll probably ask the applicant more about during site plan. We have noted that we'll be looking for, in terms of staff comments, we've noted that we'll be looking for very detailed construction phasing and sequencing plans for the site, given the challenge of the site and the need to be able to manage stormwater. Given the ledge, that can be a challenge in order to create low points to detain it during construction. So certainly there'll be a review also by the Conservation Commission related to that. So they're certainly related to those elements of actual construction. Yes, there are also laws, anti-idling laws that relate to vehicles and kind of letting a truck or other vehicle just continue to run. And Inspectional Services does enforce those laws and ordinances. So if there's a complaint during construction, it's something that they would go out and do. There's also, hours that they're confined to operate within in the residential zoning district as well. So I can answer specific questions, but high level, most of that will be reviewed through the site plan or there's an existing law or regulation related to that can be enforced were there to be an issue. But on the lighting plan, they have not submitted a photometric plan. It would be something that we've called out also that they'll need for site plan review, and we'll be looking for the lights to be of a warmer temperature, dark sky compliant, fully cut off, all of the kind of standard typical things that the board usually looks for, just not submitted at this point. Certainly if the board feels it's appropriate, you can absolutely request that. Just to be clear too, there was no traffic study submitted with this. The number that I referred to is the parking ratio, so it's the number of parking spaces per dwelling unit. So the ordinance requires basically that we provide 2 parking spaces per each unit, regardless of the number of bedrooms. All of these units, I believe, and I'll have the applicant correct me if I'm wrong, but they're 2-bedroom units. So basically they would be providing just under 2 parking spaces per unit. They're proposing a 10% reduction in parking. So they would be required to have 96 spaces, and they're proposing, what did I say, 87. So that 10% reduction is what they're looking for through the special permit, and they are proposing to provide provisions for bike storage to accommodate folks that might be commuting in other modes and or guests that might be coming to the site on a bicycle. So just to clarify to answer, I think, one of the questions that was asked.
Yeah, I had that question too. So my understanding so if you could clarify for the neighbor who came by, it wasn't the parking that was 1.8. What you did give to us is the number of how many
Spaces
sort of visits
per unit.
No, but how many? I think his question was about, and correct me if I'm wrong. His question was about how many times people will be going. The traffic study is how many times people will be going, and that's not 24 hours. It's peak time, and I think you said 27.
Those were in the.
If you could just say it again, I apologize.
Sure. Just quickly, and I'll use the caveat, I'm not a traffic engineer. But the ITE, anybody can look up the ITE trip table, and it says for a multifamily low-rise use, you ascribe 7.32 trips per day per unit. And you ascribe or expect 0.46 trips per unit in the AM peak hour. When you run the math for 0.46 times 48, you get 22 and change, called 22 trips, meaning vehicles in or out, 22 such instances in that hour, which is a car going, or truck going one way or the other, approximately every 2 and change minutes. And similar number in the, a little higher in the evening peak hour. Yeah, I think it's like 7:30 to 8:30 and 5:30 to 6:30 or 6 to 7. I forget exactly where they are.
So just to clarify for the person forward, the traffic study looks at how much during the time where the most traffic will be coming, so in the morning and afternoon, how many trips people will be taking, and the estimates based on the sort of exact on this is at roughly 22 in the morning and roughly 26 or 27 in the evening, but that's not 24 hours a day, that's at the peak hours.
And just for quick reference, so everybody understands that, if the FedEx truck comes in at 5:30 PM and stops, at both buildings, that's one trip. It coming in, and if a school bus stops and picks up, 6 different kids, that's one trip. The vehicle coming in or out is a trip, no matter what they do inside the site.
Yep. Okay.
Through the chair, just to be clear, I just want to be clear, they did not provide a traffic study.
Oh, okay. We would ask you to submit that with our things, I think, afterwards, but yeah. Please submit that traffic study. Thank you.
We do have someone online.
Yes, please.
Counselor Bellata, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm opposed to this project for a lot of reasons. I really worry about the amount of ledge that's up there. I was looking at the documents in some areas. It looks like they're gonna, like, if I'm reading it correct, like have to do like 23 feet or of blasting. I hope that's not correct, but regardless of that, there's going to be a lot of blasting going on up here. This is a really big area of ridge. I'm really concerned how it's going to impact neighbors, how it's going to the construction. I've seen too many times this happen where a construction project gets delayed or the construction site's a mess and it's a headache for the neighborhood for months on end. And I really am extremely worried about the amount of blasting that's going to go on up there. And to what Mr. Shafredo has said before, the east side has historically seen more and more housing and more housing that encroaches on neighbors and really changes the character of the neighborhood. I know where the El Morocco was, there are apartments, but just seeing that apartment building up on Ridge Street, I think is challenging. I was up there most recently when it was snowing, and it's just the amount of snow and how tight that neighborhood is. I don't feel this amount of housing is appropriate. And again, the amount of blasting that's going to need to be, there's no way this doesn't impact someone's foundation in the neighborhood. And again, I have a lot of concerns about this, and most of the houses here are duplex, are single families, 2 and 3 deckers. I don't feel this is appropriate for this section of the district in this neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else online? Would anybody else like to speak? Come forward. Okay. We're going to get to board comments, and then we'll go from there. All right. So I think I want to take some of the sort of easier issues at first, and then I'll take some of the harder issues. So the easier issues, I think having 2 families having to build 2 bedrooms is generally good. I think we don't have enough 2 bedrooms being proposed, if not more, in the city. So that is a positive for me. I think 87 spaces being put in for 96 is plenty of parking. My guess is that if this did get built, it'd mostly be empty. Some of the issues that I think are real issues that I think I would have big questions about regarding sort of ledge and haul rates and idle times. As I think other people on the board know, I try to make sure that we keep to the things that ours, and push off to the things that aren't ours onto the people who it's supposed to be. So I feel strongly that is not, we don't require a blasting report for this board. That's not something we normally deal with. And so I think that is a real issue, but it is also, I feel strongly, not something I want to weigh in on, since we don't ask for it. It's not a part of this process normally, and that's not a precedent I want to set. So those are like the easiest things for me, is I think some of the issues that I think are real issues around sort of lighting, haul rates, blasting are sort of outside of our purview as the board. Obviously, other board members could disagree, but I don't want to set that precedent. What is before us is sort of is this the right project for this space? I will tell you, I was up there. I definitely looked around. It's very high. There's a lot of space. It's a beautiful view of the city. I'm inclined to want to have sort of dense housing here. That being said, I hear the residents saying that this might be too much, and so I'm amenable to what the other board members think about this based on sort of what people are thinking. 2.7 acres is a lot of space, to be clear. That's not a small amount of property. And so it is one place, 2.7 acres. It's got enough space for the type of for the units, but the question is, should it be broken up into sort of like, instead of big low rises, like, is there a better way to sort of get the amount of housing there while sort of keeping in line with the community? And that is, for me, a fair question. Sorry, I stepped away from the microphone. So I'll reiterate. I do think it's a fair question for me. The question of, could this size substantiate 48 units? The answer to that, for me, is clear. It could easily do that. But the question is a low-rise the best way to get at that? And that is, I think, a question for me generally at this moment. So, and I definitely hear the community sort of speaking on that. So I'm of two minds about that. And I'm sort of willing to listen to, well, I'm always willing to listen, but I'm interested in what other board members are thinking about that. So just to sort of summarize my long-winded comments, I think there's plenty of parking. I'm not really concerned with that. I am concerned with the ledge and some of those issues, but I don't want to set that precedent that that's something this board handles. And the thing that we do handle, I have some questions about, but I'm amenable to sort of the direction the board is going on that. And with that, Board Member Bromoff.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to be clear, are the recommendations on page 3 and 4 all okay with you, with the applicant?
Yes.
And you request the waivers?
We request the waivers that were outlined by Ms. Smith. We have no issue, went over
With the rest of
the recommendations in the hallway with the applicant. We don't have any objection to them. As Ms. Smith noted, they're suggesting a landscaped island in the center of this, and we would certainly be willing to work that out with staff as to what the size of that would be and how it would be vegetated and landscaped up.
Okay, well, for me, I'm a little bit torn. First of all, the request on the parking is pretty small, and so I'm not worried about that. But the request, and if I'm right with this, the other request is to allow the low-rise multifamily use here. And a lot of the neighbors have come up with issues of how it fits in the neighborhood. And I guess I personally would like to go by again and take a look at take a little bit harder look at what's going on in the neighborhood. You know, it's what the plan that's proposed in front of us is, I mean, to my eye, is kind of boring. It looks like a low-rise, you know, boring building, instead of something that might more appropriately, at least architecturally, fit the community. Now, you know, I'm not sure that we're the last word on design, but I guess for the moment, I'd just like to say I'd like some more time to think about this one. I think that
Okay.
some of the
Yeah, it's a great point.
testimony we heard brought up some interesting issues, and I'd like to go take a look a little bit more in context of what the neighborhood has there.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I want to second Board Member Rudoff for that. I didn't think about it when I was up there either. I vaguely remembered the other buildings, but I didn't have that in mind when I was up there. I was sort of looking at what would this look like. So I want to second. I think that's a really great point. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair. One thing is that development on this lot there would be a great improvement to the area. Empty lot there, trees doing nothing. However, the design, the plan here, this type of a building looks like a big hotel somewhere, which I agree with the neighborhood concerns that this changes the character of the neighborhood. Therefore, in line with similar comments made by my previous members of the chair and members of the board here now, I am in line with coming up with something that blends more with the neighborhood, different type of housing type there, rather than a large building here. Again, looks like a hotel to me. And that is for me something that I am in line with, with the neighborhood concerns regarding the character of the neighborhood. Besides that, so therefore I'm not inclined to really moving in line with your proposal the way it is right now. Other than that, we have issues in here regarding the height, and one thing is the drainage. And you indicated the drainage was going to fall towards Plantation Street. However, there is a neighbors on the side of that project there. We didn't talk about where the drainage that is going through the site, which is downhill, and the neighbor is right next to it. It was that I'm not sure what affected. I'm sure that drainage would be running down towards that site. So how is that going to prevent not only that towards Plantation Street, but at the site, because it's a hill, water's going to run front and side. So I would like to know how is that going to be addressed. Now, in terms of, I see that you would be providing 15% of AMA, and that's good. Parking is not an issue with me. Reduction of nine parking spaces as minimum, but the way this building is planned is not in line for the neighborhood. I agree with that, with the neighborhood concerns. That is for me, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. I think you have a little bit of if I recall correctly, you did have a water flow plan if you want to just talk a little bit about it very quickly.
Yeah, just briefly through the chair.
Yes,
We
please.
did submit a drainage report, and the drainage, it really is split. Again, you have the ridge top on site. You have about a third of the area of the site going to Plantation Street, the rest going through abutters to Orient Street. You have if you look at the plan there, you see next to the building that's farther from Plantation Street, you see in black the outline of another detention structure there, which is picking up all of the runoff from the peak of the road and the cul-de-sac circle, and some of the roof runoff of the building farther from Plantation Street, and reducing the outflow so that it's a diminishment of the peak flow to the abutters on Orient Street.
Yeah, actually, it's a good plan there. I think at least for the water part. Yep. Board Member Bart Hagan. Yes, board member, and then I'll go to Turcona.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Sorry, Eric.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I guess, yeah, my only main concern is hearing the concerns from the neighbors about the scope and the nature of this development. I'm not worried about the parking, it's minor, and the drainage plan looks really good, and I agree that any kind of blasting plan and lighting plan is kind of outside of our purview here, and not necessarily something that we should be insisting that applicants come here with, or under threat of not getting approval, because that's not what this board does. But we do look at, you need a special permit to have a multi-low rise here. And the reason for that is because you're in a district that wouldn't ordinarily allow it. So we've got to make that decision here. Sometimes I get frustrated because, the developer response might be, well, this is the only thing that's financially viable. But I really have no way of knowing that, I mean, other than taking the developer's word for it. So maybe if there is a continuance here, I don't know what the developer can do as far as showing staff or in this board, and if we do come back here again, something definitive as well. We thought about doing a subdivision. We thought about having, multiple, single or duplexes here, and it just, the cost benefit just, it was prohibitive. It wouldn't work. And this is the only thing that would work. Otherwise, this land will just lay fallow. I do dispute that trees don't do anything. They do a lot of other things. They don't create housing, but it'd be nice. This is a large parcel. It would be nice to have this put to some kind of use. The question is, what should that use be? And we have to balance the interests of the neighbors with the interests of the developer. Because if the developer comes back to us and says, "Look, we've thought about XYZ alternatives, but none of those we can get financing for, none of those are financially viable for the developer," that's something that we should take into consideration as a part of a pro-con analysis here. But, especially when there is something like this, I'd like more information about, is this the only alternative that the developer could put this parcel towards? And if there's something less intensive, more in nature with a remainder of the neighborhood around it and expressing the concerns of the neighbors, that might fit more cohesively in and be less of a concern to everyone around them, and would still allow the developer to make money off of it, then I think that would be something I would be interested in. So,
Thank you.
yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if I can, even I can add, if this be a continuous, I will suggest, to meet with the neighborhood and see what input they may have and come up with a best plan.
I raise this concern because staff, Michelle Smith, mentioned that there have been different iterations of proposals for this particular parcel that have been put forward and for some reason or another have not moved forward. And so that does suggest to me that it might be difficult, maybe because of the ledge and the cost involved in blasting and straightening out this property. It might be actually cost prohibitive to do anything less than this. But I don't want to just take the word for it,
And through the chair, I'm not trying to make that argument, but I would just note that when we met with the IRT group, we actually had a development of significantly more units than this, and actually downsized to this scope, partly in response to the feedback we got from staff in the IRT group. The applicant, all I'm saying is the applicant simply didn't roll out a number and say, "This is it, I want what I want." I mean, he did respond to staff comments.
Thank you very much. Board Member Turcono.
I guess enough has been said already, and I do concur with most of what has been said by the board, but I think the applicant needs to go back to the neighbors so that they can come up with something amicable to both the neighbors and the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Sacco. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, this is about a street and a half over from my personal house, where I grew up on. I can tell you from experience, from my whole life, this has no resemblance to the rest of the neighborhood. pretty much zero. I understand there has to be something done with this land, but personally, I don't think that fits in whatsoever. I like continuance, rest of the board. That's the best thing here.
Board Member Bromoff?
Yeah, I just want to say, kind of to contradict myself, I know we're encouraging him to go talk to the neighbors and give us a little bit more time to think about it, but I'm a little surprised there aren't more neighbors here. You know, I would think that if it was such a concern, you're bordering so many other properties, I would see a lot more people here. However, I personally would like a little bit more time to consider this.
So to the chair, I would ask to continue. I'm not sure what would be the correct date to.
Yes, I will give you some options, if that's all right with you. Yes, very quickly, please. Yeah, go ahead.
And through the chair, April 6th or April 28th are the next two.
Okay, yep, thanks.
Very quickly, to the board and actually to the developer. Kiera Drive, which is off of Franklin Street, down by Jack Barry Little League, we had almost the identical situation in the neighborhood. Developer wanted to come, he wanted to put multifamily low rises. He worked with the neighborhood, he ended up putting townhouses. Fit more in line with the neighborhood. They look great. I'm sure, you know, they're selling for big money right now, too. So, you know, I don't know if it's financially feasible here, but it's something that the board could take a look at and see an alternate plan that worked in another area very close to here. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So to the developer, our next upcoming meeting is April 6th and then April 27th, and then the associated constructive deadlines. I don't know if April 6th is enough time, if you want to kick it to April 27th.
I think your sentiment is correct.
April 27th?
Given the discussion.
Yeah, that's what my guess is too. So in that case, I will take a motion from the board to continue to the April 27th meeting and with the associated constructive deadline, which is May 19th.
And through the chair, can I just clarify one thing too? Because I know you had mentioned about the traffic study. Is that something you're looking for as a
Yeah, since they
follow-up?
already, since they talked about it, if you could submit the traffic study you did.
We have not done a traffic study.
Oh, you did
What-
did use the, but if you could just use if you just submit that you used the
ITE trip
the IT
codes.
trap, which is what I always use too. And just like that math, just so we have it for record, that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
You got it.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to continue 149 Plantation Street to April, what is it?
April 27th.
April 27th, and the constructive grant date to
May 9th.
May 19th.
Is there a second?
I second the motion to continue.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Sacco?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you for your
the
time.
Conversation. Can somebody make a motion for a break?
Can I make a motion to take a recess?
Is there a second? Can someone second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Thank you. All right, we're gonna take a break till 8:05. Good to, next one's. All right, next up, 28 Harrington Way.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Donald O'Neill, lawyer here in Worcester, here on behalf of Joseph Paldino. And this is a special permit request for a garage which is in excess of 10,000 square feet of the land area. This property is in an RL7 zone. It's got 9,000 square feet. Which is 1,000 over the minimum required, and it's got 90 feet of frontage, which is 20 feet over the minimum frontage requirement for a two-family dwelling. And what that allows for, and also the building itself is, existing building is pretty much pushed to the side of the lot, which leaves a large open area to the left. So we're seeking permission to put a 1,296 square foot garage in that location. One thing I think that this has going for it is that typically with an accessory garage, you're allowed to go within 5 feet of the property line. In this case, we're 42 feet back from the front, 22 feet from the rear, 9 feet from the neighboring property, and it's also 10 feet from the existing house, which is another requirement. So clearly, there's room on the lot to accommodate this without having a larger structure looming over, a neighboring property. And it does, I think, present itself for this situation. I have looked at staff's recommendations on page 3, and those are, I'm agreeable to those as one slight modification, and also looked at would request the 2 waivers that are on page 4, and the modification that I would like to request is to paragraph 1B, where it says provide a turning analysis to confirm access and maneuverability to the garage with the driveway as proposed, or what I wanted to say, or in the alternative, revised driveway approach to provide same. And just because if the driveway configuration, this just came up recently, but I'm not sure that we will be able to do that, and if it doesn't work, then the alternative that has been suggested by staff is just a straight run in from Harrington Way. Spoke to my client, and he's not adverse to that, but we wanted to sort of go through that process. And if the other proposal is to narrow the curb cut to 22 feet, which we're also agreeable to that. And we just want to get it lined up properly to provide direct access to the garage. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, city staff.
Through the chair, this is Amy Beth Leith for the Planning Division. So as stated, currently on premise is an existing 2-family dwelling, and the applicant is seeking to construct a 1,296 square foot detached garage that's larger than the 10% lot area maximum, which would be 900 square feet. And then also looking to put an ADU above the garage, which also will require planning board special permit for the size of the ADU, but the applicant is coming to the zoning board for the size of the garage before going to the planning board for the size of the ADU. So the staff's comments do revolve mostly around the driveway because the existing driveway does provide we estimate the 4 parking spaces that are required by the ordinance for the existing 2-family dwelling. And so we want to ensure that the driveway design with the garage access also maintains the 4 parking spaces for the existing 2-family dwelling, or access to 4 parking spaces for So it's unclear how the garage spaces, there are 3 proposed spaces within the garage, so it's unclear how the applicant is choosing to manage the 3 spaces within the garage and also the parking that will be existing on the driveway. So if the applicant would like, they can speak to that. And then there was the suggestion about the straightforward driveway design, and again, just making sure that they maintain that parking access, because that would reduce the impervious on the property by about 300 square feet if they were able to construct just a straight line access to the driveway, and then close the curb cut as the applicant had indicated. And then I think that's pretty much all we have to, also the only other note that we made was that if there is a ground disturbance of greater than 10,000 square feet, this would require a filing with the Conservation Commission. So that's the only other thing. But thank you. I'll answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, if the board wants certainty on that, the proposed driveway, which is shown on page 6, if you want to specify that that is to be the driveway access, that I'm not adverse to that. I was just leaving it a little bit open, but if that's a problem for anyone and they want to see it that way, then we could do that as well.
Okay. Is anybody here for 28 Harrington Way? Is anybody online? Use the raise your hand function. Okay, I'm amenable to the updated language for 1B or alternative provided driveway. This is a straightforward enough project that I think you should. My personal preference would be to give you the flexibility to figure out how to make it work. Just for the board members to clarify, the way the proposed garage is, it's unclear how they would. At the moment, they need some sort of figuring out to make sure they could get into all the spots easily. And the suggestion of staff would be to basically create a driveway that comes on the side. I don't care. I think either one will be fine. And because there's plenty of space on site for the thing, and also it's great to add another housing unit. And so I'm amenable to make it work to add a housing, add housing. People will park. There's plenty of parking. So whatever it takes to make that happen, I'm amenable to. I'm sort of not, I don't think it matters for this board, at least for me. Board Member Bromoff.
Yeah, I really don't have any problem with this. I would make one recommendation is to swap the 2 doors to the left side of the front elevation. I see the plan that's on the right, and that would make as you come in the driveway, a little bit more direct from the street, instead of that having to go right. But regardless of how you do it, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
You'll still have to figure out parking, though. That's the only problem with it is. No, you'll have to for the unit next door. Yeah. So pulling it over to the side at least gives them some space for the thing, but so would making it a.
You could pull over the doors or pull over the driveway in the opposite direction, but one of those, yeah.
I'm amenable to them working it out. But I agree with you. That would be easier for this one at least. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair, I'm wondering what the use of this garage is going to be. Is going to be for cars parking garage or storage for something? Or?
Yeah, there's a little bit of, I think, storage space and also for vehicles as well. There's no garage on the lot. The applicant, his hope is to build this and actually live in the ADU himself, and he has, his own vehicles that he would store in the garage.
The reason I ask is I want to make sure this is not going to be some type of a business in addition to that there. It's just
Right.
homeowners' use.
Yeah. His intent would be to, in this situation, that's his plan. It's all subject to planning board, and it's a possibility with planning board depending upon the size of the ADU that they would allow, it would be either an ADU space or possibly part of that would be storage as well, but that's subject to a separate special permit that would be required from the planning board.
That is it for me, Mr. Chair.
Great. Board Member Turcono?
No comment.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair, yeah, I'm open to just keeping it flexible. I guess I would encourage the applicant to pick an option that would also reduce the amount of impervious, because there is a lot of impervious right now.
Yeah.
So if that should, I think that would be a consideration, and I know that there are some conditions reflecting that, but I guess I would just encourage the applicant to consider that as well. But otherwise, I'm okay with moving it forward.
Board Member Sacco?
To the chair, no additional comment from me. Thanks.
All right.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I just want to offer, just based on Board Member Cortez's comment, that we do have a standard condition usually when we have like extra large garages that we could add that states that no, you know, that there would be no business or it would be only for personal use or something. That's a standard condition that I can reference and find if the applicant is amenable to that.
Yes.
Thank you. That covers my concern.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Perfect. That sounds good to me. All right. Anything else? In that case, voting on this will be Board Member Barnhagen. You'll sit out this one. You'll do the next one. And I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 28 Harrington Way.
Is there a second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Turcono?
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 28 Harrington Way?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application for 28 Harrington Way for relief for a special permit to allow an accessory garage that is larger than the allowed maximum of 10% of the lot area, with the staff conditions to the approval on page 3 of 7 of the staff memo and the waivers as requested by the applicant, with the conditions as amended. 1B is amended as stated, and then we're adding a condition reflecting the standard condition of no business use of the garage.
And the waivers.
And the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Turcono?
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is 158 Austin Street.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Olushola Eson, and I live in Worcester. I'm the general contractor for 158 Austin Street. Currently is a 3-family dwelling. We're seeking the zoning to just like convert it from 3-family to 4-family dwelling. Currently we have a 3-bedroom, 1 bath on each floor, and we're proposing for the basement part to have a 2-bedroom, 1 bath on the property. We're not really doing anything existing. Everything has been pre-existing before, especially for the parking lots and the exterior part of the building. We're just modifying the building inside, the interior part, bringing everything to code from electrical, plumbing, and sheetrock, and make sure everything is good. Currently, the building is abandoned, and we got an approval for financing to have it for 4-family. I know part of the question that was raised is why can't we do like a 3-family with ADU? But it's tough to get financing for that. So that's why we're doing, we got approval for 4-family, and if the panel will approve that, we would like to keep it as 4-family house so that we'll be able to afford the development of the building. And that's it. So one more thing is Currently, because we're converting it to 4-family, the required square footage, it's 8,000, and we have 7,088. We're seeking relief for 912. And for frontage, we need 65 feet. We have 52. We have 62, so we're seeking relief for 3 feet, and that's it. Yep.
Thank you. City staff.
Through the chair, this is Amy Beth Leib. So actually, the applicant is only seeking relief for 2 special permits. There is no variance needed because it's a residential conversion. So the residential conversion will allow the building to change from a 3-family to a multi-family low-rise in the RG5, and also a special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements. And then under that special permit, they will be needing relief from the number of parking spaces. As you'll see, they are proposing 7 parking spaces for a 4-family. They would need 8 spaces, so they're asking for relief of 1 parking space. Relief from the required drive aisle width. So for vehicles backing out into the drive aisle, this behind the driveway situation, it is required by the ordinance that it be 24 feet wide, and the applicant is providing 20 feet between the parking spaces and the dwelling. They're also seeking relief of the required landscape buffers around the property. There is a requirement to have 5 feet from all lot lines to be landscaped, and they are proposing a variable width of between 0 and 3 feet along the driveway and the rear parking areas. And then lastly, they are requiring relief of the driveway width. So the minimum driveway width is 20 feet for 2-way access, like that would be for somebody to be able to pull up and down. And we feel like that would be necessary given the number of parking spaces. And the applicant is proposing 18.5 feet at its closest width due to the window well that needs to be added in the basement unit for that drive aisle. So that is all of the relief that the applicant will require. And again, just for the sake of an argument, if the applicant were to convert this basement unit to an ADU, they would need 0 relief. Okay. Let's see. I think that I covered all of the things. The majority of the site is impervious, as you can see. So the staff is recommending that the applicant install landscaping to provide more green space to infiltrate some of the stormwater on site. So we've asked for the applicant to install a 4-foot landscape strip kind of south of this window well. And Sean's going to change out my microphone. Here I am. Ooh, that's way better. Wow. Welcome to Amy Beth. So a 4-foot wide landscape buffer south of this window well, because clearly nobody will be driving right here. And then we've also asked for landscaping in front of this parking space over here, just to add some kind of additional yard space for the property. And I think that is all the things I want to say, and then I will answer any questions.
Is the applicant amenable to staff suggestions?
Yes, but there are some things that is not feasible. Part of it is because of fire escape, that we're going to have the fire pit right there for the window, and that's like 3 feet. Right now, if we provide like 4 feet landscaping to the south side of the building, we're going to reduce the driveway more from 18.1 feet that we're even proposing, which is ought to be like 20 feet to like 17 again. And with that, reduce this, what's it called, the driveway more. And we, for the front part, in previous, we're like 47%. And on the other side of the building, everything is a green space, which was existing. And part of the building, yeah, which we can literally see, that's already close to the foundation right there, which we don't really have any issue to do anything structural. When we start having that, we could start having water leak on that side. And in front of the building right there, there is already city drainage, and this has been existing for quite long time. That's been like that. Like we said, we're not really doing much on the driveway right there for the parking.
Okay, we'll discuss it as a board. Is anybody here for 158 Austin Street? Is anybody online? Use the raise your hand function. Okay. Generally speaking, I'm actually surprised that this has not happened more often in Worcester. I lived in a basement apartment in DC, and on the bottom, and I have plenty of space in my basement, and I think about it sometimes. And so I'm excited that this is happening. I think this is a good use of space to start building out in basements and having people live in them. That being said, I think the staff's suggestions about improvements are I think that I'm going to ask that the board keep them and actually that you do them. So you're going to have to you're going to lose the space anyway on the side for the window well. And so basically people would pull over and pull back. And we might as well get some green space there. And for the, I don't think the staff is, Amy Beth, explain to me again because you were a little garbled, about the water requirement. You're not asking for filtration, you're just asking for some form of, capturing it, correct?
No, it's not even for the water. I mean, it will help with the water 100%. We're just looking for it to be a little more impervious where it just looks like a lot of asphalty driveway.
Yeah.
So if I may answer that, we propose more than even 8 parking lot before, but we think about turning around why people like residents don't need to back up to the street. And that's why we left that space, no parking area on that side.
They're not asking for parking.
No, I know.
Yeah.
So now, with what the city is proposing, the well is just like 30 feet, and they're proposing like 4 feet of green space over there, which will cut the driveway as well.
I don't think the city's asking for more than the well.
And that's what I saw in the comments, right?
We did say we wanted a 4-foot wide landscape strip running south of the window well.
Like I said, I'm amenable to it being the size of the well. I don't think it should come out from the well.
Okay.
My personal, again, that's a good thing for the for the board to discuss. So some questions for the board to think about is: 1, is this something that acceptable to you? 2, your thoughts about sort of like just for clarity, there's the well that sort of comes out for the window in the basement, and like, should we require anything there? It's currently asphalt, and if we should require it, how much is sort of the question. And then the other question, I guess, for the board is just the parking, but 7 spots is plenty for me for this site. That's more than is required for my unit. I have a 3-decker, and more space. There's more parking than my 3-decker has. We've been dealing with it with the snow on the one side, and people always say, like, well, what happens? Well, we just all on a text thread and we coordinate. It's not the end of the world. People make it work all the time. It's really not that big a deal. So I think it's totally feasible on those sides. I'm generally I think it's great. I think it's actually a really good idea. I wish more people would do it. So that's my thoughts. Board Member Bromoff.
I have no further comment. I'm in favor of this, however the board would like to see the landscaping done.
Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair. Yeah, I'm in favor of, the request, proposal to have another apartment in the basement. My question is regarding the entrance and escape, emergency escape access from the basement, noting that the basement is below ground level. I don't see no plan of emergency exits, and what part of the house is, where is it located? Maybe I don't see it from here.
Yep, the top up there, and then the bottom there in the front. So it's the same as like most apartments, front and back.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
through the chair, Mr. Cortez, if I could speak for Mr. Horn, that the applicant will need a building permit, and as part of the building permit review, they have to have at least 2 means of egress. And the last I checked, 4 units or more require sprinklers too. I'm not positive of that. That'll have to be Mr. Horn to speak on that, but he'll have to provide that means of egress. Otherwise, he won't get a permit.
So
It's front and back.
So can I
if that
answer?
If that is an automatic move, otherwise we have to put it in.
Yep.
So currently, the building has pre-existing 2 means of egress. We're proposing a sprinkler into the building, and now we're providing for the 2 rooms, fire escape, and that's why we brought the 2 rooms together so that we don't have the fire pits far from each other. So we make sure the 2 rooms are close to each other to meet that requirement of fire escape right there.
Great. Board Member Turcono.
I have no comment.
Board Member Barnhagen.
Through the chair, this is a question for staff. How wide are the basement windows? Like, are they 4 feet wide or are they less than 4 feet wide? Do we know?
So I don't know
I
if we
guess-
know, but that's a building code question. They have to provide the requisite windows to be able to have it be habitable.
Right, I'm just
Right.
wondering where the 4-foot wide landscape strip adjacent to the building running south from the window well, where that 4-foot thing came from. Like, I guess I'm agreeing with the applicant that if the window well is less than 4 feet, I don't think we should expand the strip of green space further out into the driveway. I mean, it makes sense for it to be flush with the end of the window well, however wide that might be.
Yep.
We can,
I agree.
through the chair, we can definitely amend that condition to
Yeah.
reflect that.
I agree.
Okay, and I'm assuming the applicant's okay with eliminate the paving south of parking space 7 on the other side of so there's some paving on that standalone parking spot on the other side. The applicant's okay with removing the impervious area next to that parking spot? There's no problem with that, right?
Yes, there's no problem with that.
Okay.
So, but if I may propose, if we're taking that and making more of green space, I don't know what we will gain by doing a landscaping by the fire pits, because when we start considering cutting that space, we might start having water to the basement that is not existing before, which create another problem to the structure, especially for the foundation right there. So in front of the building existing, we have, which it's like 47% of impervious that we have there, like I said. And the other side, we could make that all through green space, which I think is existing before, and we're not having any problem with water leaking to the basement, which we don't want to start having structural problem just because of the 30 feet that we're cutting. It's just a recommendation, but you guys are there to decide the best for us, sir.
Okay.
That's a good question for folks. I mean, that's a good point. I don't know. I think the thing the board is trying to basically, the values the board is trying to balance is that it's not that, I understand what you're saying, like this is already there, but we want more green space. Like there's not a lot of green space. It's a pretty asphalty site. And so when we can add, we try to add. But I hear what you're saying, which is like, how much are we gaining for the 3 feet on the one side? We're already gaining some on the back. We have some green space in the front. We're adding a unit, which is fantastic. And so like, how much more onerous things do we want to add? And I'm sort of 2 minds. I hear what you're saying, and I want to say like, I hear that.
Looks like, excuse me, it looks like it's 3 feet.
It is definitely, it's definitely 3 feet. It's not 4 feet. I remember that from the filing. So at the most, we have to amend it. And the question is, do we want to eliminate it?
On that side. And it's not a whole lot.
It's really not a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah, I'm amenable to taking it out, but I'd love, go ahead.
Likewise, I wouldn't mind if we took it out. I think if anything, that 3 feet would be more than enough to add in there, given the green space on the other side of the building, but either way works for me. I'm ready to move
Yeah.
forward.
What other people think? I'm amenable to just axing it.
I mean, I think we should maybe just take out 1C, right? Or,
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm fine with that. Yeah. All right. If there's nobody. Okay. So we'll cut 1C. And then just to clarify, do you request the waivers?
Yes.
Great. Okay. With that, I will take a motion. And voting on this is Board Member Sacco. I'll take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Sacco?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion from 158 Austin Street?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve 158 Austin Street, special permit to allow a residential conversion from a 3-family detached dwelling to a multifamily low-rise dwelling, and to special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements and/or the number of required parking spaces, subject to the conditions as outlined on page 3 of 6, and including the waivers.
And cut 1C.
And taking out 1C.
Is there a second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Sacco?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Great. Next up is 2 Northborough Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matt Eckel. I'm an attorney with Fletcher Tilton. On behalf of the applicant, I reside in Burlington, Massachusetts. With me tonight here is Mr. Rodney Haddad, the owner of the property and the operator of the proposed restaurant, as well as Mr. Michael Andre from Graves Engineering. The proposal before you tonight, we're seeking to change a pre-existing non-conforming use, which has been historically a dry cleaners, to a deli restaurant, and to renovate the structure, including a second-story addition, and to create a total of 9 parking spaces. This address may be familiar to some of you at 2 Northborough because this proposal has come in different forms before the board a number of times over the past. It's been approved twice, but because of a number of different varying reasons, it hasn't been able to proceed. However, we are ready to proceed now, which is why we're in front of you. I will also put for the record that we did explore the possibility of using the adjacent property at 16 Peabody Street. There's currently a 2-family building right now. We did look at raising that building and creating some additional parking there for the use, and we're going to have a proposed occupancy of 38 patrons. However, because that lot does not have the same protections that 2 Northborough does, we actually can't use that for parking to support this use. So that's why you're seeing the proposal in front of you right now. As a concession for that, we did reduce the occupancy from that original 38 to 30 total customers with 20 seats, which I believe is conditioned within the staff memo. Just to give a little bit of background, overall, the project includes new fencing and landscaping improvements to beautify the property and also provide some natural screening and buffering to the neighboring properties. The zoning district is an RL7, however, we are just a couple of properties kind of beyond the building, what you're looking at there in the picture, which is the BL1 zone. And the lot size is just over 9,500 square feet at 9,634. As mentioned, the existing conditions, it is a single-story commercial building. It's historically been used as a dry cleaner, but has been vastly underutilized for a number of years. So we think this is a great opportunity to kind of reinvigorate the site and the building while also providing an amenity, we hope, to the community in the form of some really good food. The site itself, you can see a little bit there with some of the intersecting streets, but it's actually located at the intersection of 3 streets, Plantation, Northborough, as well as Peabody Street. So it's kind of that top left corner of the building kind of sticks out in the middle of all three. So although we have a 2 Northborough address, actually the predominating frontage is Peabody, and then kind of the actual directional frontage is Plantation. So a very unique lot here on the corner. The property to the plan right, as well as plan south and across the street of Northborough, do contain residential housing, and as you move kind of down Northborough, the residential housing continues. However, Plantation Street contains a number of different uses, including commercial, as well as multifamily residential with the Princeton Place Apartments directly across the street. There's also a bus stop with about 0.3 miles away to provide public transportation for future employees and potential patrons. This property has been in Mr. Haddad's family for generations. The purpose of this, as mentioned, is to reinvigorate the site and provide an established and respected small business and dining option. Mr. Haddad currently owns and operates a restaurant in Shrewsbury, and he's trying to bring that model over the bridge here to Worcester. In terms of relief, we are seeking relief for a number of variances. A few of those are pre-existing. We're seeking front yard as well as exterior side yard setbacks. We're going to essentially mimic what you see there on the second floor. We will be pulling the building in a matter of inches because there is a slight overhang currently off the property line, so we will be respecting that property line, but as we're going up, we would need that new relief, even though the building currently exists with those setbacks. We're also seeking relief for parking, both in the form of a special permit and a variance, as well as relief for floor area ratio. You're allowed a 0.5. This would push us to 0.62. I would point out, if we get to the floor plans at some point, almost the entire second floor is used for storage, as well as office for the owner and employee bathroom. So it's really, although it's above the FAR, the majority of that second floor really is storage, and that allows for less frequent deliveries, and is part of why Mr. Haddad is making the move, is to have a more functional restaurant and deli here. The other special permits we're seeking are to modify the number of parking spaces, as I mentioned, as well as the layout and landscaping. Landscaping, you're supposed to have a 5-foot boundary. We're between 3 and 3.8 feet. You can see that along the right side of the page and then circling around the bottom of the page. Even though we are deficient 1.5 feet or a little bit under in some spaces, you can see we do have a landscaping plan with a number of new trees and plantings to propose natural screening and buffering, as well as proposed fencing. We agreed to put some additional arborvitaes up as well, which will serve to same purpose as the fence, but will hopefully grow up even higher and provide some potential noise or visual mitigation. Not that there really should be much of either with the fence and with the landscaping. Just to go through the operations themselves, as mentioned, Mr. Haddad currently operates this restaurant in Shrewsbury. He wants to bring the operation to Worcester. The proposal includes 9 parking spaces, as well as the infrastructure and landscaping improvements. Mr. Haddad anticipates approximately 6 employees on a given shift. The idea there would be to not have the employees use the parking, whether that's carpooling, public transportation. A few of his current employees in Shrewsbury actually live in this neighborhood, so it provides a great opportunity to walk to work as well. The proposed operations, I think the board memo mentions 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. All 7 days. We're just proposing that for Monday through Saturday. Sunday, we'd be proposing 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So those would be reduced hours on Sunday. The use contemplates potential service of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The primary patronage is during that lunchtime and early dinner hours as people are picking up their food and heading home. The vast majority of business, Mr. Haddad has found, is geared towards kind of larger deliveries and larger orders that are kind of all going out at once, or takeout. As mentioned, we are proposing 20 seats. We are fine with that being conditioned as a maximum. And again, that's just an amenity to have that option if you want to stop for dinner or lunch on your way home and you actually want to sit there and not bring it with you. But the vast majority, 80, 85%, maybe even 90 is takeout currently at the current operation. Obviously, the food is quick service in nature, and that's what allows that takeout and high turnover, so we don't expect many long-term visits. The parking, as I mentioned, we have 9 spaces. This pretty much mimics the operation in Shrewsbury, which has proven to work for a number of years because of that quick service nature and people coming and picking up their food and getting on their way. The site itself, looking at this plan, kind of towards the bottom left, it's going to be one-way circulation, so you're going to enter off Peabody Street. You can see the arrow there leading to 7 spaces along the right property line, and then there'll be 2 spaces kind of buttressed right up against the building there. Yes, thank you. We will have 1 accessible space and 2 EV-ready spaces. We also providing 2 compact spaces to try to increase that landscape buffer where we can. So a total of 9 spaces broken down with 7 full-size, 2 compact, and EV-ready. We did, as part of our community outreach, attend a Brown Square neighborhood meeting, and we also met with abutters. I know some people are here tonight to speak. We're obviously willing to continue any kind of conversations to work with them, but we really see this as hopefully a benefit to the community in the long term. But we did make some changes based on that. Some of it was driven by the inability to use that next door parking space, but as mentioned, we dropped our occupancy from 38 to 30. We also, as I mentioned, reduced the hours on Sunday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and included some additional landscaping, including those arborvitaes. We're happy to work with our direct abutters on kind of shape, color, and material for fencing and the like. Overall, this proposal allows for, we believe, a good adaptive reuse of the property, obviously with some improvements and to maximize the existing building footprint. The second floor is necessary, as I mentioned, for that storage. Will really increase the overall functionality of the proposal and limit deliveries. And we really think this actually meets the city's goals of kind of incremental development and incorporating some, commercial uses and increase the tax base while also respecting the character of the neighborhood. Just a couple of formalities. We did receive the staff's memo. We had questions about condition I. We are already proposing the arborvitaes, the fence, as well as some trees. The parking area also kind of has a 2 to 4 foot slope up, so we didn't think that those wheel stops were necessary. We think they kind of just get in the way and kind of reduce the overall area, so we were seeking to have that removed, which I believe staff was amenable to. And I think everything else within the staff's memo we're amenable to. And for the record, I would just like to formally request the waivers as stated within the memo. So with that, I know that's a lot of information. I'll pause, and our team will take any questions the board or the public might have.
City staff.
Sure, through the chair, Michelle Smith in the city's planning division. So I will try to cover everything briefly. The applicant is proposing, as you heard, a suite of different requests in front of this board, combination of variances and special permits. Today you have the existing masonry building, just under 3,000 square feet. It was built in about 1951. One owner or family ownership of this property. Historically, it was operated as a dry cleaning business, at least since we were able to identify since 1969, and had a small surface parking facility in the back with probably about 3 parking spaces. But as you can see, it hasn't really been used in some time. The property has, since I've been with the city, seen a variety of different proposals in front of it. None of which have come to fruition. But the applicant is seeking in front of you tonight a variance for, if we go to the civil plan, front yard setback. You can see in this particular image or plan, if we zoom in along Northborough Street, the existing first floor actually encroaches slightly into the Northborough Street right-of-way. So they're seeking to have a 0 setback on the second story. They're not altering in terms of the building itself on the first floor. It would stay in that same footprint, but on the second story, it would have to be stepped back to be outside of the public right-of-way. So they are seeking that relief really related to the second story. They are also looking for relief from the exterior side yard setback, that is essentially Plantation or Peabody Street. That particular lot line requires a 15-foot setback. Obviously, the existing structure is not located 15 feet back from the street, so they're seeking relief of 13 feet. I should mention it's 20-foot setback for the front yard, so 20 feet of relief is what they're seeking for the front yard. For parking, the applicant is proposing, again, an occupancy of 30. That requires basically a half of that for a food service restaurant for parking, so they need 15 parking spaces. With that, they are seeking relief of 5 parking spaces through a variance and 1 parking space through a special permit to modify landscaping, et cetera, for the 10% or 1 space reduction, so a total of 6 parking spaces of relief. They're also seeking relief when it comes to density for non-residential uses. In this district, we have a floor area ratio requirement that governs that. So basically, half of the lot can be built out. That's our maximum. They're seeking to exceed that. So when they're done with the proposal, they would end up 0.12 or 24% in excess of what that kind of maximum threshold is. And then finally, the structure, it's non-conforming, but the use is also non-conforming. In this district, historically, we would not allow this type of use, and so they have a privileged non-conforming use. And while it hasn't been in operation for some time, all of the sort of original features there for the non-conforming use are still in place. So Inspectional Services has determined that has not been abandoned, is able to be expanded, altered, or changed, including the extension and change to what they are proposing, which is a use of a similar nature, sort of similar intensity of operations is really what that boils down to, which Inspectional Services has confirmed this qualifies for. Related to other pieces for the modification of parking and loading, it's not just the reduction in number of spaces, but mostly the landscape buffers around the site. The zoning ordinance requires a 5-foot buffer with trees planted every 25 feet alongside lot lines and where the parking abuts the street. The applicant is proposing to comply with that mostly along Northborough Street, but you'll see that kind of parking space does taper, and so as it gets to the side lot line on the eastern side here, that is reduced below that 5 feet. So they have a variable different width, but essentially just over 3 feet all along that side lot line. And then throughout the rest of the area in the parking lot, they're required to have a 5-foot setback. Again, they have shy of that 5 feet and are providing something around the order of magnitude of 3.6 to 3.8, depending on which area you are looking at, and that's all detailed out in the memo as well. They're short one tree on the eastern lot line. They've made up for that tree in terms of providing plantings elsewhere, but it doesn't strictly comply with the requirements for where the tree needs to go per zoning. That is the suite of relief that they're seeking. Basically, the second-story expansion, again, is going to go up an entire another story with the exception of the area within Northborough Street. You heard them talking about their hours of operation. That was unclear, so we're happy to make an adjustment to our conditions to reflect the limited hours. In the past, when the board has approved the project, it was conditioned upon hours of operation. So we carried forward the condition that had previously been in place in those same hours, understanding that the applicant has reduced that. So happy to accept those changes. Also fine with the comment related to the wheel stops. In terms of by right options, because of the nonconformity of the use, there's not really any by right options other than to keep operating a dry cleaner at this location. So they could demolish the structure and build a single or two-family structure on the lot that could have an EDU. So those are kind of the by right options, reducing some of the relief. They could drop the occupancy down so that they have enough parking. They could make adjustments to how the second story is being constructed so that they better comply with some of the setback requirements, which would lead to kind of this terraced effect on the upper story. So there are a variety of different ways that the project could be adjusted, and the board members over time may have recalled seeing different proposals for that, including a rendition that had residential at one point, which was ultimately withdrawn, but previously a second-story expansion was approved with a 20-seat occupancy or 20-person occupant load. All of those approvals and or other approvals have expired at this point. So the use is still privileged, but they've never embarked on the previous permits that have been filed and obtained. We had a number of comments. A number of those have been carried forward into conditions or the applicant has already addressed. Just to highlight, we do have some design comments related to the architectural features of the building. Maybe not the most prominent example of architecture, but it's got some interesting exposed rafter trails and has still some of its original wood windows. So looking to see basically those get replaced rather than removed, and then carrying that up to the second story. So you can see here on the west elevation, there's really no windows. So trying to kind of model the rhythm of the fenestration that you see on the ground floor above, so replicating windows on the second story. So we have conditions to that effect, and to maintain or create false rafter tails to keep the separation too from kind of the historic portion of the structure and then this modern addition. In terms of other items, I think I just want to run through quickly some of the conditions that we have here for awareness. For folks who might be interested from the public, I will note there is no site plan review in this case. This project is of a scope and scale that is below that threshold. So the only other approval that might be needed here, other than approvals to do work in the public right-of-way, would be where there is work proposed in the private street, which PBD is a private street, that will require a Chapter 12, Section 12 filing with the planning board. In terms of the conditions, so we have a number of pieces related to just sort of addressing some clarifications on the plan, making sure that that second story doesn't encroach into the right-of-way. We have limitations on the height of the light poles, and a request to adjust the photometric plan to make sure that there's a full cutoff with no spillover 0-foot candles on the neighboring property, particularly along the east. Looks like there's about half-foot candle or slightly less. We just want to make sure that's at 0. We have asked them to coordinate with DTM to propose bike racks within the Plantation Street right-of-way. So you see in the front, there's kind of this curvature of the sidewalk that they're proposing to extend out to Plantation Street. On the landscape plan, there's a couple trees there. Most likely, that'll be the area that they'll work with DTM to coordinate installation of a bike rack on. There's not really any space within the site itself because of the size and constraints of the parking layout to accommodate bike racks. DTM does have a condition Q, which I think staff would recommend eliminating, given that we have conditioned the requirement for the bike racks to be under 1G, which says coordinate with DTM on bike racks. We have asked for additional, beyond the plantings that you saw in the landscape plan, we've asked for additional arborvitae to be incorporated along that eastern lot line to help attenuate while there is a fence and some shade trees proposed there, just to provide a better screen and help attenuate noise. We have other just kind of typical standard comments, but in terms of kind of long-term operations for the condition that we have is that it be limited to a 20-seat restaurant. Right now, there's a mix of 2 and 4 person tables that are shown on the ground floor. The second story is fully catering kitchen, so really employee only as we understand it. We have hours of operation limitations, which, as I understand the applicant's actual proposal for operations, it would be limited to Monday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., and then Sundays would be limited from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. with no business, including deliveries or pickups, being conducted outside of those hours. We also have a condition that there not be any outdoor dining or music, so like auditory music that is just kind of playing to encourage people to drop by, so nothing like that. And then the standard requirements around any lighting to make sure if it's a warmer temperature, 3,000 kelvins or less, as well as full cutoffs to make sure that there's not, again, spillover onto neighboring properties. The mount heights, I think, generally were proposed at basically the first story, so not up on the second story, so that should be consistent. There are 2 waivers that the applicant did request at this meeting, so just noting those. And I'm happy to comment on anything else, but we have a condition that addresses, in case it's a concern related to parking, our standard condition addresses not having snow be stored in any of these parking spaces, so snow will need to be hauled out, unless it's like a tiny little event and they can kind of store that in some of the pockets that are available on site. Most likely snow is going to be hauled out of this site because it won't be able to be stored in any of the parking spaces to ensure that those are maintained available in the winter. And so all of those are enforceable if there were to be an issue through a complaint to inspectional services, should the board move this forward, just to clarify kind of how that would work if the board were to entertain these conditions and or approve a project. Happy to answer any other questions the board members have. Thanks.
Public. If people would like to come forward for 2 Northborough Street, AKA 298 Plantation Street, please come forward. Just state your name and city or town of residence. Thank you. And for folks, just really quickly, for folks online, if you would like to raise your hand now so that Amy Beth can be prepared to unmute you when we get to online. Go ahead.
My name's Keith Johnson. I live directly across the street. I sign off on a lot of stuff, but I believe he's pushing the envelope right now to be open 7 days a week. My house is directly on the corner. When the parents are picking up the kids on the school bus, you can't get down the street, okay, number one. Number two, There's not enough parking for 9 cars. Where's the employees going to park at? If I was going to work for him, I'm not going to be walking down the street to go to work. I want to park someplace. I like him. I sign off on everything, but he's pushing the envelope right now. Plus, I've been living there 32 years. Every house on that street is ledge. If you look in the back of his parking lot, you got a piece of ledge there. Now, I know you said that you have no power about the blasting. You're going to have the blast. I run the septic company. I run across it all the time. I like the restaurant to go there, but it's the parking. And if you was on Northwell Street on this snowstorm, 1 car is able to get down the street. When the cleaners was there, they parked on the side, they ran in, they opened up their car door, and people had to wait to come up Northwell Street to go to Plantation. If he can cut his hours, because he don't work 7 days a week in Shrewsbury. But now he want to do 7 days a week in the neighborhood. The building been an eyesore for, I don't know, 20 years. You know, we in the people in the neighborhood put up with all the debris, trees growing out of the roof. Something got to be done with the building. If he's going to do the restaurant, got to at least be 5 days a week. And the parking, it's have to do something with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just state your name and city and town of residence, please.
Hi, my name is Vicki Cavazos. I'm Worcester, Massachusetts. As you can see, Cavazos, I'm right next door. I've been there for many years myself. Northborough Street is mostly single-family homes. It's a dead end. We have a couple of streets that come off that's, it's all road. It's not paved. He has 9 parking spaces. The 9 parking spaces faces towards into my yard. He wants a variance for a buffer. It was supposed to be 5 feet. Wants it cut down to 3.5 feet. And what happens if a car goes through into my yard where my grandkids are playing? As you can see, there's 7 there, 2 on the side. Right now, it's a previous, it was a dry cleaners there, and like my neighbor did say, on Northborough Street, it's very, very narrow. He wants to have dine-in. He wants to make a 2nd floor so he can have a sit-in, dine-in area. These people can come, they can stay hours to eat. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 6 a.m. to 9 o'clock at night. There is no parking on Peabody Street. There is no parking on Plantation Street. He insinuated and said he's going to do a one-way. You go down Northborough Street and you can't go into his parking lot because it's one-way. Where are you going to park? You think that they're going to turn around to run in and eat and then go out, try to get back out of Northborough Street, to turn left on a busy Plantation Street, to get on Peabody Street, to turn back into the parking lot to park? No, they're not. They're gonna stop and they're gonna park on Northborough Street. Well, I'm the next house. So, and then even if they did pull in and turn around, they're gonna pull in and turn around in my 1-car driveway, which I'm right next door, I would propose that, they don't, you guys don't agree, object the variations for allowing the lesser feet between the privacy of my yard and, his business, because I'm right on that edge. Also, my other concern is safety. My concern is privacy. 7 days a week. I want to come home from work and be able to relax a little bit. I don't want to fight for traffic on 7 days a week. He said he cut it down Sunday from 7 to 5. Are you kidding me? I mean, 7 days a week and you want to cut down 7 to 5 on a Sunday? Relaxation? I'm going to be arguing and fighting? What if I have family come over and visit me? I mean, where are they going to park? Down the end of Northbrook Street? I mean, right now, if you look at it, where Northbrook Street is, they have no parking up into my driveway on both sides of Northbrook Street. If anybody's familiar with it and has been around that area, there's no parking right there. So the first immediate parking that they can park on Northbrook Street is in front of my house. Again, I have only one parking space, one driveway for one car. You know, I'm kind of insulted that they stood up here and said that I might have a decision to pick the color of the fence you want to put in. I've talked to Mr. Haddad several times. I asked him for, you know, have consideration, hours, occupancy, 30 people, even, and where are they gonna go? We have Foley up the street a little bit, and they are takeout, because there's no sit-in Foley's fish place. And they have horrendous parking problems. Congestions up there tremendously. We have school buses. They said there's a transportation school bus stop right there across the street. Yeah, but there's also a school bus that stops there constantly. Peabody has no stop sign coming down. So even all from North High, the buses come straight down. There's no stop sign. They go right onto Plantation Street as it is. We're having a hard time. I have a hard time getting out in the morning and go to work when this is nothing there. Again, you know, I do agree it is an eyesore. Something's got to be there. A deli, okay. A full service restaurant, come on. You're asking a little bit too much in a very small place. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you very much. Yep, just say your name again and city or town residence for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leonard Schifredo, Worcester. I was a young man when this was first proposed. My original goal was to have something done there by the time I retired. My new goal is to have something done there by the time I die. That being said, Mr. Haddad, you know, through the years, I mean, we've had discussions, we had conversations, we've had arguments. You know, the proposals varied. One was just the restaurant. You know, another one that a lot of the neighbors and folks who lived on North Brook Street were extremely against was the housing portion of it. With the parking there, it was just unfeasible. As a matter of fact, before I go further, in case I forget, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a condition that there be no residential portion there if it is approved. In November, Mr. Haddad came to our neighborhood meeting. There was about 25 people there, and he did propose, you know, taking down the house next door, which, you know, seemed like, oh, problem solved, right? We got parking. He had called last week, and actually it was a couple weeks before the meeting, and he said the city won't allow him to take the property down. So I'd like the staff to kind of speak to that a little bit, and if there is a solution to him not being able to do that. In other words, could they rezone that area? I know it's kind of talking about spot zoning and stuff, but if you could just talk to that a little bit, because I think the parking is a huge issue. If I lived right next door, if I was in a butter, I'm sure I'd have other issues. But from the perspective, from the folks who come to our meetings, from my personal perspective, I hope something gets done there. I mean, Mr. Haddad's a good restaurateur. He's a lousy commercial property owner, and I've told him that to his face. But that being said, if something can be done with the property, you know, if he can make a go of it and make everybody semi-happy, you know, I'd like to see something done with the property. It's been an eyesore to the neighborhood for too long. But again, if staff could just address that issue, and if the board could consider putting that condition on, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Through me, if the staff could just talk a little bit. Sorry, through me, if the staff could just talk a little bit about the limitations of using the existing property next door for parking.
Sure, through the chair. So keep in mind, we're in a residential zoning district, so we don't contemplate allowing for these kinds of things here. So there's no mechanical way to, I'm gonna render this in a way that hopefully is simple and easy to understand, because the nonconformity jargon is just too much jargon. Basically, if you think about the property, it's infected with this nonconformity, and it's not allowed to continue to infect other adjacent properties by just acquiring them. So that's my simplest way to kind of think of it, is you can't spread what you have from one lot to another. You can keep it, you can extend it, you can change it, but it has to be confined to that property. So even though they acquired the neighboring property, they can't extend that or infect that property with the same nonconformity, even through a special permit. So I don't know if we can flip to, I don't know if we have the zoning district boundary, but there's basically, you see the parcel that we're talking about is highlighted in blue at the corner right there where the cursor is for folks.
The red is like the other, it's like that close. The red is the other.
Exactly. So there's basically one parcel in between. So certainly the applicant could seek to extend the BL1 zoning district along the corridor. In order to do that, the property that is also like a funky triangle shape would need to be included at sort of a bare minimum, in addition to the applicant's two commonly owned properties. That would open up other potential uses and the ability for them, I believe, through the BL1 zone to allow the use on both properties. That may, again, that there's pros and cons with that. You know, doing that may lose control over other things. Parking would certainly not be something that's changing, but the use would just automatically be allowed. So, you know, again, there are pros and cons with some of these changes. My understanding is, and we had suggested the applicant consider exploring that. Obviously, it's a city council vote to change that, so there's an additional timeline that's like a minimum 6-month timeline to move forward. I understand also that this project and property have had a lengthy history just in my tenure, and it predates my tenure with the city, which is a long one. But that would be an option, sure, rezoning the property, but again, keep in mind supermajority vote of city council and that additional time period. So the applicant instead chose to proceed with this option. They did submit a plan that showed the extension onto the neighboring property, and then through conversation with the law department, we did confirm and determine that that was not permissible because, again, you're sort of spreading the infection, again, for the lack of a better way to explain it. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, great questions. Okay, is anybody online?
There's no one online.
Okay. This is a doozy. All right.
And there are comments, Mr. Chair, from other residents. that were
Yes, yeah, in the file, but not here. Yeah.
Quickly, if I could, Mr. Chairman, if I could
Yes,
just,
please.
address
Just say your
some of
name
the-
and
yes, Mike Andre, Graves Engineering. Just to address some of the butters' concerns, we had looked at all those issues, and I just want to I'll go through them in order, sort of. About the ledge, we're aware there's ledge in the neighborhood and on the site. We did find the ledge, and we did test pits for the stormwater system. The contractor indicated that ledge is relatively soft, so it could be picked, potentially without blasting. And I would point out, we carefully designed the site and the grading in particular to sort of match existing grades. We minimized the amount of cuts that we would have to do there. So we were very aware of that and recognized that during the design. As far as the direct abutter, I guess to the east of the property, regarding cars facing her yard, there's now a 2 to 4 foot grade change between those properties. That isn't going to change. The site sits lower than her property. So there's a slope in between the parking, there's landscaping proposed, and a 6-foot solid fence on top of that slope. So not going to see any cars through that fence, or lights, or maybe even most of the building, for that matter. And a car, in order to get into her yard, would have to jump a 6-foot concrete curb, plow through the landscaping and a fence, and somehow manage up that slope. So I think that's very unlikely. I guess that was all the issues I'd address.
Sure, if it's very quick. Yeah, go ahead. Just state your name again for the record, please.
Vicky Cavazos, Worcester, Mass. He stated about the variance and that they would have to go, from what I saw on the planning board, that he was going to have 3 to 4 feet in between trees, then a 6-foot fence. I don't know if you guys are aware of, just a couple months ago, a car went through Dollar Tree on Grafton Street. Again, just this weekend, a car went through in Gardner Burger King. So, yeah, it's possible. And it's a yard where my grandkids play, and we're out there, and we should be able to not have to worry. if you guys do propose to approve to have that, maybe increase the barrier a little bit better than what it looks like, than a 6-foot fence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Doesn't look like anybody else. Okay, so let's. I'm personally weighing some of the things. Oh, I have another question. Sorry for the city, really quickly. This is a good question about the residential and like, do we need something to, because it's already a pre-existing non-conforming. Of course, it's housing is allowed, but they wouldn't have to. They'd have to still do something. So if the city could just walk through that concern,
Sure.
that would be helpful.
Sure, through the chair, I think the only way that potentially a residential unit could be added were you to approve it without a limitation like that would be just because of accessory dwelling units and how, but actually it wouldn't be because there has to be a primary dwelling. So no, there wouldn't be a way for that to be allowed without amending the special permit.
Yeah,
of the
that's my
non-conformity.
understanding as well, just because it's already, it's because they would have to change essentially, they'd have to come before us to change what it's allowed to do, because it's currently allowed to do this thing, and it can't do the other thing it wants to do, but if it wanted to be housing, it would also have to change again, because if they wanted to open up a dry cleaner, they could do that tomorrow, right? Like, that's what it's zoned to do. So that's my understanding as well, just to clarify. That's a great question, because it is zoned for that, so I had that question. I didn't think of it. It's a good question. Okay, so let me think all the things I have for it. So I think, when I first saw this, I was concerned about the second floor, the amount of sort of seats that's been reduced. I did go up to the street. I did. I think like a lot of people who have kids and have to go to the Ecotarium, I've driven by it a million times, but I did go up there recently. And Northborough is very narrow, and the private way sort of does. Like, it's not a lot. I totally agree that there's sort of like only one way to get in and out, and that is a concern for Northborough Street. I think, there are things that I take seriously. I think we need to consider. We can't sort of like things that get brought up that like we can't. If somebody drives through a fence, like, we're not going to not build things or have things because that might happen. Like, I don't know, freak things happen. Like, we can't protect people from the, like, absolutely incredibly unlikely to happen things happening. So, like, that's not something we should consider. We live in a city. We can't, like, if somebody have guests, they have to figure that out. Like, we're not going to not build things because somebody might have guests, and so we have to keep it open on the off chance somebody might come by. Like, that's not a realistic thing for us to be thinking about. What is realistic for us to be thinking about is what does the day-to-day look like for this? Like, what will it look like? I think in terms of the shading and in terms of it is lower, and so in terms of the, like, what is the expectation of, like, lighting, cars coming through. You're right off Plantation Street. It was busy all the times I was there. There's not going to be more lighting. There's not going to be more things in terms of the parking. What is a concern to me is the amount of sort of business versus the parking spaces and the need of people to sort of figure out where to go. That is a concern. So, like, I want to disentangle, like, the engineer's right. It's going to be set. The parking is lower, and there's going to be fencing, and there's going to be a buffer, and there's more buffer for vegetation than we often require for these types of properties, for these types of things. I don't think that that's going to be the issue. For me, what is going to be the issue that I think the board should consider and think about for this property is the increased sort of density of this, having a second story, and all of the other things associated too much for the amount of sort of parking and that's available there. And if we say no, the alternative is like it stays the way it is, right, for the next 20 years. And so, I don't know, I'm weighing that pretty carefully. I think that those are real concerns. I have real concerns I think it's right. People, if they get up to Northborough, they're just going to stay on Northborough. They're not going to come back around. And so it is tight there. It's currently tight there. And those are real concerns. I have real concerns about that. And so I'm interested in what the other boards to think about. So for me, some of the issues are just not issues that I think are pertinent to the conversation, but there are real pieces that are pertinent around sort of density, increased usage, increased stay time, the hours. I think those are all really good questions. And with that, Board Member Bromoff.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, this is, I believe the staff is recommending no more than 20 seats. Is that correct? And that's what you, yeah. Well, I think one of the worst things that could happen is that the building stays in the state it is and continues to deteriorate for the next 10 or 20 years. Because I know this item has been before this board well over a decade ago. It was approved 3 times, and my signature was on it. So on one hand, I don't want that to continue. On the other hand, it's not a lot of parking, and it's in a neighborhood. I am predisposed to go with your proposal. However, I would like to see some kind of compromise on hours. 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. is a lot of time. I don't know if you can make a go of it if it's less hours than that. But that's a lot of hours to dump into the neighborhood, and so I think I just have to leave it at that. I'll hear from the petitioner and other members of the board.
Yep. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair. For one thing, this building has been sitting there empty for quite some time, which actually, I'm not sure, and lucky that it has not been vandalized or set on fire the way it is. So coming up with, reviving and the building and bringing something to life in there, it is good for the neighborhood. However, the big issue in here is parking. There's no doubt about it. How can we provide sufficient parking for what you're going to have in there? I'm not really sure, but again, it has to be addressed. It has to be addressed so that the type of a business you're going to be running there, we're going to have sufficient parking, and it's not going to have, it was indicated here that the employees will not be using the parking spaces. Where are they going to go? Right next to the street, parking right to work. And they're going to leave the cars right there. There's no question about it. That's happened everywhere else. One concern from one of the abutters is privacy, and where the parking spaces are, there is properties right next to it there, and there is dangerous that vehicles may even run right back there into it. So I'm looking to see if there would be some type of a fence between parking spaces and the property for some privacy of the neighborhood right next door. The other, that's pretty much from me. Including the number of hours. Number of hours is awful. Number of that, so considering working out some reasonable hours. You indicated that you met with the neighborhood, people from the neighborhood. I'm not sure what came out from that meeting. Maybe some of them were there at that meeting. I haven't heard. So again, things that we suggest here is to really work out what is good for the neighborhood by working out with the neighborhood. So that if this will be continuous, is one of the strongest points that I usually make in some other projects here. I'm sure that you come up with something here. That is it for me.
So I won't speak for the applicant, but my understanding is that what came out of the discussion, and I think the neighbors still feel like this isn't enough, is a reduction on Sunday hours from 6 to 9 to 7 to 5, and a reduction of seating. So the first proposal we got, it had outdoor seating as well, and now just has bottom floor seating. It was 32, it's now 20. But it's 20 for 9 spots. So there was some changes. The question, I think it's fair to, I think all of us are struggling with, is that enough?
Whatever comes out, excuse me, I'm seeing some no faces in there through the chair.
Yeah.
Could we allow them to respond to that?
Sure, yes, please, just state your name again for the record, thank you.
Keith Johnson. I was at the meeting at Brown Square. No hours was never mentioned of how long it's going to be open to us. And there was quite a few of us there. You know, we all said, hey, welcome to the neighborhood. But other than that, no hours. You know, I mean, come on. You know, like my wife runs a daycare center, okay, right across the street. So what we're going to do, we're going to be putting up with all the cars in the neighborhood for hours? No. You know, the seating, yeah, the hours, yeah. The parking is the big issue here. Okay, you know, I lived here 32 years. This always have been parking issues on Northborough Street. When the factory was open down the street, we had a sign that saying no tractor trailers can go down there. And they used to knock the sign down all the time. And then they made it a dead end. Now, like I said, if you went there a week ago on the snowstorm, okay, one car only can get down there. So can you imagine when you got everybody's parking on one side and on the other side, the people down the end of the street will have to wait for somebody to move to get up at the end of the street.
Yeah, I was there this weekend.
Okay.
I wasn't there when it was snowing. I was there this weekend. It's tight, for no question.
And when I pull out my driveway right now, okay, I don't know how many times I almost get hit. And if I get hit, it's going to be my fault because I'm backing out of the driveway. Because there's no sign, there's no stop sign on Peabody Street. And the front door is right there. So there's no way that they're going to go around and turn around. And down on Northborough Street, you got 1, 2, 3 dirt roads. I don't even drive down there to go to Franklin Street. But the answer, the question you asked was anybody was told at the meeting about the hours? The answer is no.
Yes, go ahead. Just state your name and city of town and residence, please.
Rodney Haddad, the owner of the proposed plan. Thank you so much for hearing me. We did address the hours. Now, and some of the stuff he said is, it's valid, I understand. We do not work on Sundays now in Shrewsbury, but we have a 7-day-a-week license. We do have catering pickups sometimes on Sunday, so that is why the hours of operation are for that. It's kind of a lot of speculation where people are going to pull in and pull out on Northborough Street. I mean, I understand, and they're trying to make their case, and I can respect that. The building has been in my family for a long time. I do have a good reputation in the town of Shrewsbury that I'm in. I don't, go against the grain. I try to do the best I can for my community, as well as what my family did before me in this building. I can guarantee I will do the same. Parking is tight, I understand that. We did want to take the other house down. We can't now. Are people gonna, use the lot, go in and come out? That's our idea. Are some of the people maybe gonna park on Peabody Street as they come up? Can we put a sign that says, entrance to Napoli, right here in the front? Should there be a stop sign at the end of Peabody Street? Of course. Why there isn't, I don't know. I can't answer those questions for them because, I would
City
think that's
council
something
issue.
for them to go to the DPW with. I have no problem calling the DPW for a stop sign. If we got to put one up, I think that's a good idea. No, I mean, it's kind of common sense. You're not just going to pull out on Plantation Street. Again, a lot of speculation, and it's valid, I get it, I do. You know, Peabody Street's a private way. It's a wide road, it's two ways. It's not just one way. The dirt roads off of Northborough Street are a little rough, but people live on those dirt roads, and they use them every day, in and out, two ways. So, can some of it be smoothed out? I think there's a lot of things that can happen here in the right way. I understand the concerns of the abutter. You know, to your point, if you have a running start somewhere, I don't want to talk about somebody going through a fence, God forbid, I don't, but, I mean, they're already complaining there's no room for parking, how's somebody going to get a running start to go through it? If there's cars already lined up on the fence, and I understand, you know, we're a little lower, so the only reason why we asked about the curb guides is because when you do plow and remove snow, most likely they'll come up. There could be another solution, maybe another barrier in front of the fence along the slope, which is, you know, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities to keep safety to the abutter's yard. You know, any questions, we're really more than happy to address. Do I understand that 6 to 9 is a long day? I do. The only reason why we went 6 a.m. is because for years there was a lot of breakfast places on Plantation Street. Anybody from that neighborhood, Lenny knows, you had Libby's, you had Charlie's Diner. You know, there was other places up and down the road. We were just trying to bring a little bit of that back. I'd like to see something worked out if possible. I do appreciate everybody's time, and I would hate in the end to not be able to do something that was left from people generations before me. I think it's a good building, it's a good location, it'd be I think a positive to the neighborhood. You know, if you guys have anything you'd like to ask me, I'd be more than happy to answer it to the best of my ability. You know, what can we do to make everything go and make everything happy? I mean, I can't use another lot up the road for parking, even though, you know, I do have some extra land up the road, but I understand that's maybe not an option. It's not even like probably 50 yards up the road. I don't know. I mean, it's literally, you know, it's the 2 houses over. You know, whatever, I'm willing to work to make things happen, but I understand it's got to be within reason for the neighborhood, but, you know, it is also my livelihood. I would like it to be within reason for me as well. I'm not trying to be brash or insensitive. I'm just trying to be a little realistic to the board, and I appreciate you guys hearing me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we cycle through, Georgia? Do you want to go again?
Unless you want to go around, otherwise, I just want to make.
Go ahead, yeah, please go ahead, yeah.
Once again, there is an indication you just indicated you have another piece of land nearby, but you would need to work, you know, in order to convert that into a parking, you need to work that with the city. But if that is an option, then we're looking at you know, moving this hearing to continuous, and then come up with a revised plan, exactly how you're going to work the number of hours, all the concerns that were brought up in here, working out with the neighborhood in there, and put it together, the final, based on what we agreed to it, and this is what we're going to do, bring it back, and we can, I think we would be in a better position to, you know, to have your business going. There is no, in my view, I'm not opposed again, you know, to have your business there. I again said this building has been set in there, but something needs to be going on there, and needs to be done the right way. That is, is good for you and it's good for the neighborhood. So that's what I'm saying. Perhaps a continuous and work all these details would be maybe what I'm talking about.
So I guess I'll say I guess I'll say, I want to level set. I'm not opposed to us continuing this. I think it is unrealistic that there's a timeline for getting the property next door rezoned. Rezoning is at best a crapshoot for which the city council would have to take it up. And so I don't think that's realistic to ask for an applicant, because it's also a super majority. And so I want to be careful that I think anything that we would want to have oversight over, I think we should have a realistic expectation that we can oversight it. But I hear what you're saying, so I don't want to disagree with you. I just want to say, we should set that level expectation. Board Member Torcono.
Through the chair, I think a lot has been said, and I'll speak for myself on this one. I know Annapolis very well. I drive by Annapolis and Shrewsbury all the time, and Shrewsbury is a very tough town to do business in. And when I saw this application, I drove by, went there Friday, and counted the number of takeouts that comes out of that establishment. I saw he does more takeout than sit down. I don't eat there, I don't go there. But I drive by there to go to grocery shopping at Whole Foods. Saturday, I drove by, he was closed by 5 o'clock. Sunday, he was closed. So I was concerned about the parking. But I realized much of his business on a Friday night, I got there around 5 o'clock. I sat in the driveway and I counted. Mostly was takeout. I can bet 99%. I don't know if any one of you have gone there and take that statistics. I did that because I belong to 01604. So I think if the applicant is saying that he is doing takeouts, I agree with him because I have evidence of that. Number two, if he says 20 seats, then that's fine. And then number three, if the second floor is going to be, for storage, offices, then that's fine. And then fencing. So I don't have a problem for him to occupy that space or have his business in that establishment. Because if you're having takeouts, and these days most people do grab outs, Uber Foods, so he doesn't need as much parking as we are suggesting. And so I'm for this project 100%. I know it's coming to 01604, but I will advise any of the board members to go to Annapolis and see how well he keeps his compound, how well he deals with the neighbor, because he's in a very thick residential neighborhood in Shrewsbury. And he has been there for several years, and I don't think he's got any police concerns or neighborhood concerns. And I understand the neighbors, so I will unequivocally vote for this project.
Okay. Board Member Barthagen?
Through the chair. This is a difficult one for me. I am concerned about the parking. I think I also concerned about the hours. Let me ask the applicant, what are your actual opening hours to the public in your Shrewsbury location, Sunday through Saturday?
Thank you, sir. So I'm open Monday, so we have a 7-day-a-week license, 8 to 8. We're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 8. Saturdays, 8 to 3, and we're closed on Sundays. And we're not going to...
And why wouldn't that be something that you might consider for this?
I have no problem considering anything that's, we're recommending. The only reason, again, why I asked for those hours, because we close at 8 p.m., but in the city, as we know, like in Worcester, people, if you're in the city, you could be an hour late coming back. People are up a little bit early because they have to start their commute. I know, as we were saying, like Shrewsbury is a little bit different. I understand that, so those are the hours we proposed. Again, we only work Monday through Friday, 8 to 8, Saturdays, 8 to 3, closed on Sundays. I'm not going to work Saturday night over here. I mean, if we have like catering or something, again, people just picking up stuff. Sundays, people pick up stuff too, because most of the time they even pick up on Saturday because we're not open on Sundays.
Right.
We kind of cherry pick
And how many sit-down seats in Shrewsbury?
We have the same.
The same. And how many parking spots do you have there?
It's, I want to say it might be roughly one or two more. And to address Northborough Street, I'm sorry, I don't mean to like go off topic. People park up and down Northborough Street now, and I understand their concern because there's family coming over. Where are they gonna park? I get it. But if we're not there on Sunday, and if we're just doing something for like some pickups, they're coming into our lot, they're not parking on the street, they're just coming and pick up their food and they're leaving. When I do stuff on Sundays in Shrewsbury, we're out of there by noontime. We don't want to work past 12 o'clock. Everybody has families too. But sometimes you get into the times of the year where you're doing first communions, baptisms, graduations, college and high school. Typically, though, we're pretty fortunate. College is usually, the graduations are typically like, oddly enough, during the week. You get a lot of Friday night college graduations, so.
So these operating hours that we might be putting into these conditions, that is what you're saying, that you just want the flexibility to have those hours just in case there's some one-off thing, but normally you'd be operating the same hours you would at this location as you are in Shrewsbury?
I would like to open probably at least an hour earlier in Worcester to get a breakfast crowd in there in the morning. I think that would be kind of nice for the neighborhood. And again, I don't have any intention of working on Sunday. I don't right now, and I hope I never have to. I haven't had to open, I haven't opened Napoli ever on Sundays in 23 years.
But you could, because you have the 20.
I could if I wanted to, but I
Right.
never have.
Right.
Because, we have lives too, everybody does. If it's just a 7-day-a-week license, when we do catering during the busy months like that, we want to be able to go in and get it done and bang it out. In Worcester in 01604, I don't think it's the worst thing to be open at 7 a.m. for breakfast. My personal opinion.
Okay.
But, you guys have the real opinion, so.
Yeah, I guess thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am still a little concerned about the limited parking, which I understand this applicant really has no control over. This is what they have. I agree with the chair that it's unrealistic to try to rezone this whole area. I don't think that's a solution either. I also don't want this to be sitting there for another 10 years because we disapproved this application and it's not something that can move forward. But I think some compromise is, in my view, seems reachable here. I think both sides seem amenable to meeting somewhere in the middle as far as at least the hours are concerned, and that might ameliorate some of the worries about all the parking issues. I agree, it's not the applicant's responsibility to determine whether people park illegally on side streets. If there's going to be something there, there's going to be something there. People are going to park where they're going to park, even if they shouldn't. But the hours of operation might be something that would help address some of the neighborhood concerns about it.
Okay. I'm going to, technically, so I want to make sure other board members can speak, and maybe, this is sort of answer. Yeah, Board Member Sacco.
Nothing too much new to add in. There's been a lot said so far. Personally, I've probably been in Napoli about 100 times in my life, and I don't think I've stayed there longer than 15 minutes. I come in during lunch, I get my sandwich, I leave. That's what most people do. It's like a Palmer's, like a Belcitos. They show up, they get their sandwiches, they leave. There's no alcohol sales, liquor sales. People aren't staying there for a long time. So I don't think that the parking scenario will really be much of a problem. Other than that, I'm all set.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Board Member.
Through you, Mr. Chair. In listening to all of this, I think the worst thing that could happen is to leave this vacant. And I'm familiar with how you've run for a long time your business in a very professional and respectful way. And I have to say, I own a building with a very, very busy restaurant. And we had a parking problem before COVID. And since COVID, they've only gotten busier and busier and busier. And this is a real life. I count empty spaces every day at noontime because I worry that we're going to run out of spaces for my other tenants. And it's a multi-use building. And I find that the busier they've gotten, the more spaces are open, because a lot of the business has become DoorDash and Grubhub delivery. And even people who've gotten used to that, who used to come in to dine, grab it and go. So I think that, you know, there's a way that's, it's going to work, and I don't want to see this vacant. So you can hear where my voice is, and I'm supportive of it.
Just state your name again for the record, please.
Leonard Schifredo. 100 years ago, there used to be something in the zoning ordinance that allowed a business, I believe it's a commercial business, to have a lease for parking. If they had I don't know if it was 5 years with the 5-year option.
It's still there, yeah.
Is it still there, but it's just commercial property? It wouldn't apply in this
It
instance,
only,
I don't assume?
it only applies
For me,
in
yeah.
business and manufacturing districts, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
it's only in the business and manufacturing district. Thank you. That's also a good idea. Yep. Okay. I'm interested in what the board. I myself have. I will say I've been on an emotional roller coaster throughout this, throughout this conversation, and I want to say that I know that this is contentious because you all live there, and there's a lot of things, but I do genuinely appreciate people's respectfulness and thoughtfulness as we're trying to work through these issues. So I'm curious where the board is on this, and if so. I believe the last time, Board Member Barnhager, you're voting this time, right? Because you didn't vote the last time. That's correct.
Say that again?
You didn't vote at the last one, is that correct?
No.
Yeah, so you're voting on this one, and so I'm gonna take a poll to see where people are and how they want to act, because we should wrap up this conversation. Okay, so Board Member Bromoff, where are you at right now?
Yes.
Okay, Board Member Cortez, where are you at right now? You'd like a continuance, is that correct?
I would like to. I would like them to take a look again at the plan and see what more flexible.
If we could move a little bit. Just so I understand it, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, I apologize. So what I hear you saying is you want them to come together a little bit to see if we can get a little bit closer to some agreement, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Board Member Barnhagen.
Well, I would probably vote no right now, with the understanding that some of these conditions might be changeable, and the applicant might be changing it. And so I guess I would vote, if you put my feet to the fire right now, as is, I
So
would vote no.
you would like a continuation to maybe work through some of these
Yes,
issues?
so especially the hours issue, and maybe if there's any solution to the parking, I don't think there is, but, so I think
Yeah.
it's got to be the hours. And so what I would do is vote no if I had to vote as is, but with the hope that we could get a continuance so that they can address the hours issue.
My hearing is Board Member Torcono. I hear you as a yes.
I'm a yes, given what he's been doing in Shrewsbury.
Okay. I am not remotely familiar with your business, so I apologize. I'm also flying behind. So right now, I think if I would, you don't have enough votes, I think, to move it forward in this moment, but you probably would have enough votes if you continued and put together some alternative thinking on hours. I'll say for myself, I'm amenable to the parking. I'm actually going to take Board Member Torcono up on going to your business in Shrewsbury and counting and seeing what it's like, and so I can be an informed person on this. I did go to the site. I was up there. I saw the issues with the street, and so I take that role very seriously. So I will. So I do. I need to. I don't know. So I'm listening to other people on that. So if the applicant is amenable to a continuation to the next board meeting, I think somewhere in there we might be able to find a solution, and you sort of have a sense of where the board is and can sort of judge accordingly. Is the applicant amenable to that? It'll be for the April 6th meeting with a reporting deadline April 28th.
Yeah. So through the chair, we want to thank everyone for their time and consideration. We know this was a long one, and I agree. I think we're close, so we'll heed your wise advice and respectfully request a continuance, please.
Okay. I need a motion from this board.
A motion for a recess.
No, wait, hold on.
Continuation first. We need continuation.
I'd like to make a motion for a continuance for 2 Northborough Street to April,
April 6th with a reporting deadline of April 28th.
April 6th with a reporting deadline of April 27th.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you all. Thank you again. I know it's easy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is there a motion for a continuation, for a recess real quick?
I make a motion to recess.
All in favor?
Yes.
All right, we'll be back at 10.
So we'll be back right at Do we have our board
Eric, are you
members?
back online?
Yes.
All right, great. Next up is 76 and 78 West Mountain Street. If the applicant could please come forward. I think that's you all. Just state your name and city of town residence.
Jonathan Nozzolillo, Worcester, Mass. How's that on? Jonathan Nozzolillo, Worcester, Mass. Joey's Limousine.
Tell us about the project.
I own both properties, 76 and 78, and I'm proposing to put a Quonset hut next door at 78 to use for storage for my vehicles that are parked outside now at 76 to get them out of the elements, especially when it snows, to get them out of the way for snow removal, things like that, over next door.
Okay, city staff.
Through the chair, this is Amy Beth Lath for the Planning Division. As stated, the applicant is actually applying for an amendment to a previously approved special permit that was granted in the year of 2000 to allow a motor vehicle service repair garage display use in the BL1 zone. The reason why that's their garage display, there's no service happening at the property. It's just for the storage of the vehicles. So presently on premise at 76 West Mountain Street is an approximately 4,880 square foot commercial building. And at 78 West Mountain Street is 2,638 square foot single family detached dwelling. And so the applicant is seeking an amendment to the special permit to allow the motor vehicle service repair garage display use to be expanded to 78 West Mountain Street and then construct an approximately 1,400 square foot storage facility for the fleet vehicles. So the staff does have a bunch of questions. A lot of our conditions are around landscaping and the use of the expanded property. The applicant does intend to retain the single-family house at the front of the property, and so we're just looking to make sure that there's separation between the single-family use and the motor vehicle storage use. Should the applicant is not currently living in the house, using the house as living, but you know, in the future, should he choose to do that. So the other piece that happened is that at some point in the not-so-distant past, the entire backyard was changed to like a gravel-type surface. So we are looking to create some pervious landscaping to be more compliant with the zoning ordinance. So what we are looking for is, I apologize. So we're looking for additional landscaping to extend around this corner right here. He's proposing a drive aisle. Sorry, back up the truck. He is proposing to make some changes on 76 West Mountain Street by eliminating 4 parking spaces that are in the rear of that property in favor of a drive aisle that will meet the zoning ordinance for, it's going to be about 21 feet for two-way traffic to allow for the cars to park in the proposed storage facility and go in and out. So what we're looking to do is, because all of this surface in the rear of the proposed garage is gravel, we're looking to make sure that that drive aisle is defined. So making sure that the landscaping comes around the corner, and then also that the surface around the proposed garage is also landscaped. The other thing around, so they are eliminating those 4 parking spaces, so that does bring the total parking space count down to 15. So we are going to defer to inspectional services to make a determination whether or not a parking plan would be required from the planning board, but 15 is kind of on the edge of where a parking plan would be required, and we're unsure if any parking is going to be happening on this lot outside of the storage facility. So that's kind of, those are some questions for the applicant to answer. A couple of other questions for the applicant are if there's any additional lighting proposed on the 78 property, and whether or not any paving is proposed for this drive aisle or any part of the new proposed use on the property. And let me just scan my things. Also, staff did make note that because changes are happening on the 76 parking lot, we had some suggestions for, because the 76 property is 100% a paved impervious lot, that maybe some landscaping could be incorporated into the existing lot to create some pervious areas as well, if the applicant was amenable to that. All right, so I'm available for questions.
Okay. If the applicant, we can work through some of these issues. The first thing is, there's a bunch of recommendations. Have you read the recommendations?
I've read them.
Are you amenable to them?
Ask me about which one you want to talk about first.
I want you to, that's sort of not how it
as
works.
As far as what you mentioned about the paving, there will be no paving in that parking lot. I
Okay,
can
so
answer that. There will be no paving. There'll be no more lights the lights that are there will stay there, and those are on the 76 building that light up the 78 parking lot. I'm sorry, 78 backyard. There won't be any other lights in that on that area on that parking lot, and there won't be any paving done. So we won't have to worry about that.
Okay, and you're amenable to, on the 78 lot in the back there, adding some trees, some grass, some things to sort of make it.
There's grass already. The grass that is spoken about in the memo there is already grass in between the two buildings that goes from the West Mountain Street all the way to the back of the property, and that will stay there.
Okay, and what about in the
I'm not going
back?
to add any grass, no. I will add shrubbery around the perimeter of the property, like we said, and that'll happen. That's not a big deal. I'll take care of that. But I'm not going to, what's that? Yeah, the fencing that's already there, there's already fencing there. They asked to have slats in it. The fencing, most of the fence has slats in it. Whatever doesn't have a slats in it, slats will be put in.
Okay, yep.
The only reason why the slats weren't there was because the fence guy, when I put it in, recommended, when I talked to the city about doing it, the city had no problem with what kind of fence I put in, now they do. And they didn't have a problem when I put the fence in, and the fence guy didn't want to put the slats in because it said it would disturb the snow melting through the fence. It would block the snow from melting through the fence. So that's why some of the snow isn't there. So
Generally, we wouldn't require you to put slats, except now you're bringing cars around there, so now we care about it. That's the difference.
Okay.
Is if it's just a house, it's not going to matter. If there's activity, it sort of increases the need for some.
Not a problem. That's easy.
Yep. And so then the other piece, I was by your property. I understand it's a limousine service, so people, my understanding of the parking requirements is that there's not, people sort of are getting picked up or there's
No.
cars.
Just people. No, it's just mostly just the people that work there and people who stop in and make reservations, but nothing else. Not really.
So the parking will be fine in terms of you don't think the loss of 4 will be.
No,
a matter.
I'm not losing any parking because what's happening is the 4 spots in the back, nobody parks there anyways. I mean, I can't tell you when a car, very seldom you have a car parked in the back of the building. It never happens. And they were required to have those spots before. So now they're going to take them out. So now I'm gaining spots that the buses and stuff that are over in the lot that are parked there, all the time when they're there. You're losing 5 spots that are vehicles of mine that are parked in the parking spots. They're not going to be parked there anymore. They're going to be next door. I'm never out of parking.
And we have one waiver. Do you request the waiver?
Sorry?
Do you request the waiver?
Yes.
Thank you. Is anybody here for 76, 78 West Mountain Street? Is anybody online?
No. Through the chair, can I just make one more comment that I totally forgot when I was going over my things?
Yes, please.
Back to that whole separation between the front and the back, we're asking that a fence be added just to make sure that there is a clear delineation between the front and the back so that the front stays residential, the back is business. So there's like a side yard over here. So we're asking that an additional fence be added to the side yard just for that separation.
Is the applicant amenable to that?
You want to put a fence where?
The side yard where next to the building so that there's just a clear delineation.
Okay, I guess so, yeah, I guess that's fine.
Yeah,
Where
just
am I
right there,
assisting
so it's like clear across that there's a break.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have anything else. I think this is pretty clear from my end. Board Member Abramoff.
I have nothing to add.
Board Member Cortez.
Sure, Chair. I think it's just straightforward. Only one question. I realized that you are indicating that this facility is only going to be used for limousine storage there. My question is there going to be any repairs of
No,
these
we don't do any
vehicles?
we don't do any repairs now. We're not gonna start doing them, no.
Repairs,
No, there won't be anything over there to do any repairs, no, and I don't do any repairs in my current garage, so,
washing in there?
yep.
Okay.
There's no water or anything next door, there won't be anything next door.
Sorry, Board Member Abramoff, you're going to have to make the motion on this one.
Sorry, one more thing through the chair, I apologize. So I just, I want to be clear about the fence because I think I misrepresented to Jonathan, and I think that he just perpetuated what I think our conversation was. But condition D reads, replace the proposed 4-foot chain link fence with the chain link fence with the plastic slats on the western lot line to be of a more appropriate variety for the abutting residential use, using a solid style either wood or vinyl fence. Revise the fence to extend parallel to West Mountain Street from the western lot line to the western lot line of the single-family dwelling. So it is that we are requesting that the fence be replaced with a solid style fence.
Okay.
I don't agree with that at all, no, that's the only thing the only thing I don't agree with. There's no, my fence is fine, I called them, before I put the fence in, I called the city and asked them. The building department told me that's what the fence to put in, that's what I did. Where? Separating
76, 8.
Where are you talking?
Your neighbors. Right, look on the screen over there.
I can't see that. So on the left side of the house?
The left side of.
Yes.
There's no fence there.
There's
Oh, the wo-
parts of a chain link.
Oh, yeah, I don't believe that's my fence, that's the neighbor's fence.
Well, you would have to put something there because people are driving. So they need to block the lights and things that people might drive, so we're asking them to put a fence there.
I don't know.
It might be
Put
in
it
front
where?
of theirs.
Where are we talking about? In the back of the property?
No, the entire left side of.
Through the chair, the applicant's plans, just to clarify, the applicant's plans indicate that they're proposing a 4-foot chain link fence on the western property line. So on that side there's a label shown, and you can see the little circle dots, right? This is representing the posts, basically, of your fence, right? So this is being shown here. Your engineer is showing that you're putting a 4-foot chain link fence here. Typically, staff recommends against chain link fencing. We've not commented on the fence in the rear, given that's an extension of the existing fence. But typically, we try, when it is abutting a residential use, we typically try to find a fence material that is non-chain link in variety. I don't,
So in the new place, that there's currently, there might be fencing
So
for
I guess my
neighborhood,
question
but
is,
yours.
my neighbors are all in agreement with this, I've talked to all my neighbors. If they don't have a problem with the lights, there's not gonna be any problem with lights going back to there. There's no house there. that's gonna-
It doesn't matter because they might move, something might happen. We're asking, you're putting in.
There's no house there that's gonna, there's no house that's next to it, that the fence is gonna help lights. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no, when my back driveway, if you drive straight on, it's all open. There's no house, the house is further up on the property. My lights would be shining, my lights would be shining in the back, my lights would be shining in the backyard of somebody's house, not on their house. I've already asked the neighbors, the reason why I'm not putting lights in my house now, on the new property now, is because my neighbor asked me, the only thing I ask you not to do is put any lights back here, so they don't shine on my windows. That's why I'm not doing it.
Through the chair, is the applicant proposing a fence on the western lot line or not?
No.
Okay. Staff just recommends that instead of the western lot line, there be a small section extended from the Quonset hut to the western property line to sort of delineate that the commercial use is to stay in the back and then not to extend in
Well,
the
that's what she
front.
already asked me to do.
Yes.
So we're going to modify the
That's already been talked
condition.
about,
So, okay.
right? Separate the front and the back.
I just want to say, just really quickly, it's 10:13.
Yes, I agree.
Your engineer put down fencing. The city is trying to get a sense of, if you have fencing, that it be in line with what we asked for. If you're not going to put fencing up there, you either need to change the plans, or you need to do it in a way that's appropriate. So all we're saying is, if you are not going to put fencing as is indicated, it's not that we made this up. It is on your plans. I'm looking at the plans. It's on your plans
Yep.
that you've submitted to us. So if you are not going to do that, you need to submit new plans so it's clear what you're doing. If you are putting up fencing that does not exist there, I was out there. It's not there now, except for the neighbors. If you are going to put something, it has to be appropriate for what we asked for in the city. That's it. That's what we're asking. Are you amenable to that?
I guess I am. At 10:30 tonight, I guess I am.
We're not adding things that you didn't add for us. We are
I
trying
think,
to react to
I think it was put there because everybody said they wanted trees and they wanted this, they wanted that, so I think
Okay.
that's why.
I don't want to belabor the point because I would like to keep it moving.
Yep.
Okay. So we will amend number D to reflect what has been said here, which is that we're going to ask for the fence to go delineating in the back of the building between 76 and on 78 between the residential and the building. There's a 10-foot. We're going to ask that there be some fencing, that it not
Just a
be.
quick,
So in addition to the bushes?
No. So in between, if you're looking at the building right here where it says.
that was
right-
my question. We
right
either
there.
one or the other.
Yes. So where there's 10 feet in between, sort of like if you're looking down, right, we want to say end of the thing, residential. That's it. And it needs to be slots.
Going back to that western.
If it's not there, you need to send us some, if you're not going to put new fencing there, you need to give us a plan that makes clear that there's not new
If we
fencing.
do fencing, do we still have to do bushes too? Or
Yes, you need to do bushes. You
Do they
don't
do
need to do
both?
fencing. No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You
You
either
need
have
to
fence
do
or bushes.
bushes. You need to do bushes.
Or
You need-
bushes or fence? Which one?
Through the chair, the landscaping is required by the zoning ordinance. You
Yes,
would
you
need
need to do-
additional special permission. You didn't apply for to not do that, and I don't think staff or the board would likely recommend
So
that.
you need to, you're not in a negotiation with us. is
Oh,
what
I mean, I don't know what I'm
So
asking.
we're saying that you need to have bushes.
And fencing. I'm just confused. I mean, I'm just, it's 10 o'clock at night, I'm confused.
I don't understand what's confusing. It's very clear. There's a plan that we're looking at.
Yep.
That has bushes.
Yep.
You need to put the bushes in. Your plan also has a fence. We're
Yep.
asking you to submit a plan that doesn't have a fence on that side.
Okay.
You'd still need a fence delineating 76 on 78. That's it. So there's 10 feet that's in between the building and the yard, right? Something needs to, so if you're looking down the thing,
You can't see
it's
it.
clear, you can't
Gotcha.
see it. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
what we're asking.
I thought you were trying to get a fence around the outside property. I was just confused.
Which would not actually be that big of a
No,
request.
10
but,
feet is not, I understand that.
And I genuinely don't understand why this has gotten combative for literally no reason. It's not generally helpful to be combative with our board, just to be clear. Okay, so, anybody else? Yes, Board Member Bromoff.
Motion to close the hearing? No?
Sounds good to me.
Second.
Nothing
I don't-
else to
I
say?
don't have
Are
any
you done with
additional-
everybody else?
No comment on my end.
All right, Board Member Turcono. Anything
No
else?
comment.
All right,
No comment.
I'll take a motion to close.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the petition,
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Oh, you got to, first you got to close the hearing. Say yes.
Yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Sacco.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve a special permit for 76 and 78 West Mountain Street to allow motor vehicle repair garage display use in the BL1 zone, and subject to the conditions on page 3 of 7 and 4 of 7, and also approve a waiver with the following change. Item D, the fence will be on the front corner of the building delineating on number 78, the 10 feet between the new building and the front yard. I'm not sure I
Is
got
there a
that.
second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Sacco.
Yes.
My vote's yes.
Thank you.
Next up is 11 Hayman Street. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name's Todd Rodman. I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Cedar and Chandler here in Worcester, and I'm here on behalf of Maine South Community Development Corporation. With me tonight are Steve Teasdale, the Executive Director of Maine South, Mike Andrade from Grades Engineering, Jesse Hilgenberg, the project architect. So I'm here regarding 11 Hammond Street. It's the former parking lot for a funeral home, and Maine South is planning to construct multi-story, five-story high-rise dwelling with 41 units of affordable housing and 35 surface parking spaces. Project will transform a vacant funeral home parking lot into much-needed affordable housing. The target population of the housing is the general low-income population of Maine South and low-income seniors. In addition, 4 fully accessible units are planned for the project. We're here tonight to ask for a variance for relief for 6 parking spaces, which would reduce the on-site parking requirement from 41 spaces to 35. Last Wednesday, the planning board granted us site plan approval and an inclusionary zoning special permit that reduced the parking requirement to 41. We're asking for an additional 6 spaces of relief. And the 6 spaces that we're asking for is the minimum required to provide relief by the, imposed by the hardships, size and topography of the site. If the parking relief weren't granted, then the applicant would be forced to reduce the number of units, which would render it financially infeasible under the Massachusetts Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. Let me just give you a very brief graphic example. People use the financial infeasibility model all the time. In this case, if we're able to provide 41 units of housing, we get $800,000 worth of credits a year for 5 years. That's $4 million. If we fall below 41 units, the amount of the credits is reduced from $800,000 to $500,000, 5 years. It's $1.5 million reduction in credit amount and financing for the project. The project can't sustain that loss. In addition, the relief can be granted with no detriment to the public good and in a manner consistent with the purpose of the zoning ordinance. Parking is more, in Maine South's experience, with the population served by this housing, 35 units, 35 parking spaces is more than enough. There are accessible units. There are 12 units that are set aside for lower than 30% AMI Worcester residents. So there's bicycle parking on site, and the site is within easy walking distance of a bus stop. Finally, the conditions of approval in the planning memorandum are acceptable, and I hereby request a waiver of the plan requirements to show distances to adjacent buildings. And we're happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you. City staff.
Through the chair, Amy Beth Lath for the Planning Division. So once again, the applicant is seeking a variance for 6 parking spaces from the 41 space minimum parking requirements for a multifamily dwelling. The applicant hit almost absolutely everything that I was going to comment on, so yay. The only thing that wasn't said was that the applicant is providing the requisite loading space in the very front of the building, so there's that. And as stated, they did receive the site plan approval and special permit for the inclusionary zoning, which left them with the delta of the 6 spaces from their proposed 35 space parking lot. Thank you.
Is anybody here for 11 Hammond Street? Is anybody online? Please use your raise your hand function. So this is a great project. I was happy to see, I was happy to engage with the planning board. I saw some of that. So I think this is a great project. I think it's a great location for it. I don't, 30% AMI, there's no way that they're even having a car. So I think there's plenty of housing based on the people who will access this. And housing for that level of people of need, I think is just so critical that I'm just absolutely excited this is moving forward, and I'd be proud to vote for it. Board Member Abramov.
I agree.
Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair, Logan trying to find out what are affordable units here.
All of it.
All of them.
All of it.
100% affordable,
Okay, that,
100%.
Yeah, and like, not just like super affordable, like you're talking really, I can't believe they're struggling affordable, 30%.
I missed it.
No worries, yeah.
But
100%,
no,
yeah.
No, this is great.
Board Member Turcono.
No comment? I'm good for it.
Board Member Barnhagen, you're voting on this one. Any comment?
I think it's great, wonderful.
Board Member Sacco.
No additional comment.
In that case, I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 11 Hammond Street.
Is there a second?
Second?
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Turcono,
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much.
Wait, that's just a motion to close.
Oh, that was just a motion to close. Sorry, I'm already ready to go. Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like
Board
to
Member
make
Barnhagen.
a motion to approve variance for 11 Hammond Street for relief of 6 parking spaces from the 41-space minimum parking requirements for a multifamily dwelling with the conditions of approval in the staff memorandum on page 3 of 6 and the waiver as requested by the applicant.
Sorry about that. Is there a second?
So move.
Board Member Abramoff.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Turcono.
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks again.
Yes, now you can go. I'm sorry. All right, next up is, next up is 1,103 Millbury Street, a revisit of a special permit we already agreed to.
We are the last. Evening, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. Just for the record, my name is Joshua Lee Smith. I'm an attorney with law firm of Bowditch and Dewey. We promise to be as quick as possible, and we mean it this time. We are here with a project that should look pretty familiar to you, as it was approved back in January 12th. And the reason why we are here is because there was an error that was made with respect to the zone line. So just to put it on the record, we do want to give a high-level project scope, but I did want to explain that the sole reason why we are here, and this is technically an amendment with respect to the special permit and the variance that was previously approved, again, back in January. Where the error occurred is with respect to this is a split zoned lot, and the northerly portion of the lot is located within the RL7 zone. The southerly portion, which is closer to Millbury Street, is within the BL1 zone. And so I think this depiction here, does this show, is this? Okay, and then if you can advance one. So there are 2 dashed lines there. The one that you could see cutting through sort of at an angle through the building is the correct zone. So we are here to fall on our sword. The surveyor made an error. He apologizes. We also have the civil engineer of record who's also on the line as well. And by the way, I apologize. To my left is Jesse Hilgenberg. He is the architect of record. And behind me is the applicant, the principal of Asmara. And so that's why we're here. We're here to come clean with respect to this. We are completely unaware of it. Michelle and her staff were skillful enough to find this error, and so we are here to make that amendment. Technically, it's an amendment, but I do want to underscore the project itself is not changing whatsoever. So the number of units, so I'll give you the sort of the touch points of the project. It's 40-unit development, 80 parking spaces, so we complied with the parking 2-to-1 ratio. It's a 3-story building. The variance that we sought is with respect to the height of the building. At its highest point, it exceeds by 8.5 feet. So the minimum in the BL district is 40 feet. The highest point of the building, at its highest point, is 48.5 feet. There are other portions of the building that are actually lower. And ironically, actually, in the RL7 zone, the minimum height is actually higher. It's 50 feet. So we would actually comply with respect to the height if the entire project was in this residential zone. So 40-unit development, multifamily, it's technically a low-rise development in Worcester, and again, as I said, 80 parking spaces. This is a podium style, so as you can see here, the majority of the spaces, 46 of the spaces are underneath the building, and then you've got 34 spaces that are surface lot. Everything else is exactly the same, the amount of open space, the landscaping. There were a number of concessions and conditions that were agreed to as part of the approval. Those plans have since been updated and have been submitted. So I'm not going to say that those are changes, but there were certainly enhancements to the project as recommended by staff, as from input from the neighbors and from input from the ZBA itself. So I'm going to stop there. That's why we're here, and we're hopeful that we can get this approved. Thank you.
City staff.
Through the chair, I'll be really brief. Everything the applicant said is correct. Essentially, we're correcting the fact that the plan had the wrong zone line. It shown at a different angle, so basically you can see that line comes down. This is the previous plan where it just goes straight across. So we described and talked and discussed that the building itself was fully compliant as being in the business district and everything else was accessory. It's not actually true. Part of the building is in the residential district. So they're coming back to cure that and just sort of cross T's, dot I's. So I don't necessarily want to belabor anything. Amendment to the special permit, that was to allow the use, and then to the variance for height, and as was stated, the height is actually a higher requirement or limitation in terms of the maximum in the residential district, so it's actually more compliant or compliant there. In terms of the conditions, I believe the applicant wanted to make 2 modifications. It's late, I don't have the energy to fight D, so we'll just deal with that at site plan, but we are not gonna allow riprap here, PS. And then for 1A, the applicant wanted to strike landscaping, and my recommendation would just be to leave the landscaping language and put and/or, which allows for flexibility as they finish wrapping up through the site plan process. So those, I think, are the 2 items. I can answer questions, but don't want to take up more time. Thanks.
Would you all like to speak? Is anybody here for 1103 Millbury Street? Yep, just come forward, state your name and city, town of residence.
Yes, name is Richard Anderson. Property I have on 98 St. Louis Street, which is right behind it. Myself and other neighbors have been here through the process. And we have to say that the neighbors that we're happy, the developer, in our opinion, is going to do a good job. But the question we have, first, I'd like to thank the city because they're the ones that came down and saw there was a mistake. And I personally understand 2 surveyors could come up with 2 different answers. But the question we have, if this was proposed with the way, because all the neighbors realize business owned, they're allowed to do it. Residential is a different story. Now, because this building was put on a plan that was extended into the different zoning, what would you allow to begin with? Because the neighbors, it's going to be done nice, but it is a large piece of development. And the fortunate part we have, it is the banking, so it's not going to be as a structure, but it is a large piece of property. I mean, building that's going to be put there. So would they have been able to put this size property if it was zoned the way it is now? And would they have to go before your board and have to have the zoning changed? So those are the questions we have. And I know, I really do feel they're going to be doing a good job, but I still should be speaking for the neighbors. It is a very quiet neighborhood, and your decision is what's going to make it if it's going to be done right.
I really appreciate this question, and thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate the question. So I'll ask the other board members to speak to answer your question directly. I'll say for myself, because most of the project is still in the business zone, and because of the location on Millbury Street, and because of sort of the height requirements and everything else, I would still vote yes. I think if, based on the lines as I see it, my impulse is to still vote yes. But I think that it's, based on the attenuating surfaces of where it is and what the project is, my answer would be yes. And I'll ask the other board members to weigh in as we decide what to do. Does that answer your question?
I want to apologize.
You should not apologize. You've asked a great question.
I left the hearing aids at home, so.
No, you are doing the right thing, and we appreciate engagement. And so you should not apologize. You're absolutely doing the right thing by the neighborhood. You're asking the right questions. And if it's all right, I'll ask the other folks to answer as we sort of move forward. So Board Member Bromoff, if you're okay, I'm also okay with moving this forward. If you're okay to move it forward and just sort of answer the neighbors' questions.
I have one quick question for staff. through you.
Please, yes.
Did we already approve a special permit to allow a low-rise dwelling in an RL7?
Correct, you did.
So we already approved that, so this is just a little bit more RL7.
Correct, yeah. So the building itself wasn't in the RL7, but all of the walkways, the recreational areas, stormwater grading, et cetera, in the rear, it's not shown on this plan. I don't know if we have one that shows the grading. I think this was an issue we had last time, actually, because this isn't the extent of the project in terms of like where the work is. You don't see what's happening to the rear. So I don't know if we have a different.
So, but we already, my question was just as whether the physical building or the appurtenances to the building were in the RL7, we approved.
Correct.
The structure building in the RL7, in which case I would vote exactly as I did before. And that was a good question. Thank you for asking it.
But you look at the drawing, in my eyes, it's over 20% of the building is on the residential by the drawing.
By the drawing, but we already approved it, and I don't think it changes my
You guys would have
vote.
approved the working on, taking the land on the.
It's hard to go back and speculate how I would have thought at the time, but given what we did approve and how considerate they were in doing the project, and I think worked with the neighbors, I could approve this again.
Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair, I recognize that question, very good question. Even if the changing of zone wouldn't make much difference on what we already approved, so I'm good with the way it is right now.
Board Member Turcono.
No comment.
Board Member Barthagen.
Through the chair, are you requesting the waiver again,
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess, yeah?
Yes, through the chair.
Yeah, and it happened really quick, so I missed it. There are, very few conditions here, but are any of those changing?
The applicant has requested a modification to 1A to strike the word landscaping, and staff recommends leaving landscaping and simply adding or after and.
Okay.
And the applicant has requested 1D, which we're fine with, but just want to make sure that the applicant knows that we do not want to see riprap on the property.
Loud and clear.
Okay. All right, otherwise I'm fine.
I will, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
With respect to 1A, we're fine with having the or reflect landscaping or architectural elements, but I do want to make it clear that the way the design is laid out currently, there's a walkway in front of the area that we're discussing here. And so the architectural elements and features, yes, with respect to the facade treatment, can certainly, and I think it's already reflected on this rendering, can be and were added and expanded. But there's no room, there's literally no room for landscaping in front of the building in that location.
Right. That makes sense to me. Board Member Sacco.
I have no additional comment.
You're also voting on this. Okay, I will take a motion to close.
Motion to close the hearing.
Second.
So
Is there a
moved.
second?
Through the chair, through the
vote
chair.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov.
My vote is yes.
The chair, could we just confirm, we did have someone just join the meeting, so I just want to make sure we didn't have an additional public comment.
Okay. Rescind our motion to close the hearing.
Just, no one's raising their hand, it doesn't look
All right,
like, so.
I'd say we move forward.
Okay.
Maybe at 9 o'clock I might feel differently, but Board Member Abramov, it's the motion to close.
Motion to close. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
No, we have to still vote on it.
My vote is yes.
You gotta make it again.
Okay, motion to close the hearing.
Is there a second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov.
Yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Sacco.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 1,103 Millbury Street?
On the petition, I'd like to make a motion to approve for 1103 Millbury Street, a variance for relief of 8.5 feet, 7.5 feet, 5 feet main roof line from the 40-foot maximum height requirement for a multifamily low-rise dwelling in the BL10 zone, and a special permit to allow a multifamily low-rise dwelling in an RL7 zone, subject to the conditions on page 7 of 10, including a request for a waiver, with the exception that item 1A, the word "or" is inserted between reflect landscaping and architectural elements.
Is there a second?
And I'm sorry, and
I
deletion
second the
of-
motion
and
to
deletion
approve.
of 1D.
Oh, and deletion of
And
one.
deletion of 1D.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Sacco.
Yes.
My vote's yes. All right, just really quickly, for us, is everybody okay with the current configuration of me as chair and Board Member Abramov as vice chair? We don't need to vote on it if everyone's fine with it.
Yes, my vote is yes.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Torcono, is that all right with you? Okay, I'll say it was a yes.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, we do have approval of minutes. We don't have minutes. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.